If everyone could please take their seats, we are going to go ahead and get started. And I expect we'll be joined by another member here shortly. I now call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, October 11, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Joined by another member here.
Ms. Allard? Mr. Solt?
Here.
Mr. Presverdia?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Cross?
Here.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here. Here.
Ms. Zalatel? Here. Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson? Here. Mr. Boland?
Happy to be here.
And Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Do you have quorum?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Romanelli, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? And if you could make sure the microphone is on, that button there.
I think it's blue or green. There you go.
There we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Solt, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. We have minutes from previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the special meeting of June 30, 2022, the regular meeting of July 12, 2022, the regular meeting of July 26, 2022, and the special meeting of August 1, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent on the approval of the minutes. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the minutes from the special meeting of June 30, 2022, the regular meeting of July 12, 2022, the regular meeting of July 26, 2022, and the special meeting of August 1, 2022 have been approved. Next is the mayor's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The mayor will be with us in just a little bit this evening, but as Assembly members have seen and mayors and members of the public have probably seen, the mayor's proposed 2023 operating budget and capital budgets and enterprise utility budgets have all been introduced. So the Assembly obviously will have two public hearings to hear from the public on these items. Our first work session on the 2023 proposed budgets will be Friday, and we're planning on OMB will have a lineup for a number of departments to be there, and directors will be there to answer questions as well. And then the following Friday, I believe, the 21st, I think it is, we'll have our second work session to close out the presentation of the budget. And then the Assembly will move forward with budget amendments and contemplation of the budget in November is my expectation. So we look forward to that conversation, and we're here to help. So if Assembly members, as you start debating your amendments and your thoughts, if you need assistance from OMB, please feel free to reach out to Director Peterson, and she'll be happy to answer any questions you have that may assist you in developing your amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Next is the Assembly Chair's report. First off, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here tonight, whether you're joining us here in the chambers or online. Yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day, where we celebrate and honor Native American people and commemorate their contributions. I was honored to attend, along with the mayor and Mr. Dunbar, the placemaking ceremony at Potter Marsh yesterday, which celebrated the history of the area as a place where the Dena'ina people gathered driftwood before the marsh was created in 1917 with the construction of the railroad. The Dena'ina name for the area of Potter Marsh is Katatali, and it is now commemorated with a place marker, which includes information about the region's indigenous history. It features artwork by Athabascan and Paiute artist Melissa Shaganoff. Her metal sculpture encircling the post is inspired by the dentalium bead pattern and the Dena'ina fire bag. Fire bags were used by the Dena'ina to store and transport fire-making materials like tinder and embers. The bag represents living with the land. Our land acknowledgement that we do at the beginning of each meeting reminds us that the Dena'ina people have been stewards of this incredible land on which we live, and they have been stewards for thousands of years. Indigenous place naming is a growing global movement. The Katatali marker is the third installation of the place name signs in parks and on trails. The first ones were placed at Chancnu Muldoon Park and Westchester Lagoon, and there are 29 more to go. Thanks to all in our community who have worked and continue to work to bring the Indigenous Placemaking Project to fruition. Later in the agenda, there is a resolution welcoming delegates and attendees to the 2022 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention. The convention is next week, October 20 to 22, at the Dena'ina Center. We look forward to welcoming all attendees to Anchorage. Thank you to the AFN for choosing to hold this preeminent event here in Anchorage. There are several items on the agenda tonight that pertain to the municipality's emergency shelter plan, which is focused on temporarily sheltering individuals experiencing homelessness, especially during cold weather months. Our community's collaborative approach seeks to provide a continuum of services from emergency shelter to housing. Navigation centers are critical for getting individuals aligned with help and support that provides a ladder out of homelessness. At this time, I want to address something that keeps coming up in the discussion surrounding the Navigation Center adult shelter on Tudor and Elmore that is under construction, which has been paused so the administration can complete its project briefing to the Assembly. It has been suggested that a 1,000-person facility would solve our community's homelessness issue, but a facility of that size is not aligned with the policy the Assembly adopted in 2018 to conform with national best practices of dispersing services for houseless people through smaller facilities. It is also much more expensive to operate shelters than it is to stand up affordable housing. While we recognize the need for emergency shelter, it is important that we don't invest all our focus into programs for shelter and not housing. I encourage you all to go to the Assembly's webpage at muni.org/assembly for more information about the municipality's response to homelessness. Thank you to the Assembly's legislative staff, especially Claire Ross, for making this helpful information available. As usual, we have a very full agenda tonight. This is a business meeting, and we are here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Please keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please also keep the aisle clear except when lined up to testify. Please do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, hand it to the clerk, Mr. Turner down here, for distribution. To everyone, please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the individual may be asked to leave. If you are here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the community in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes and community council representatives will have 5 minutes. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as public testimony is reserved for the public to speak. Thank you again for being here tonight, and with that, we will go to committee reports. I will start to my right with Mr. Solt.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, this most recent Public Safety Committee meeting, I was unable to chair, and Mr. Cross did it in my stead, and so I'm going to let him give a few updates on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 updates. First, there will be a Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting next Wednesday, October 19th, in the Assembly Chambers from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. We will go through regular updates and discuss ongoing implementation of the Emergency Shelter Plan. Second, there will be a Municipal Audit Committee meeting on Thursday, October 27th from 1:10 to 2:10 p.m. in room 155 at City Hall, first floor. The only topic on the agenda at this point is a review of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review, or ACFR, which was released on September 30th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have 2 updates. We'll start with the public safety meeting as a whole. We met last week. We had 2 pieces of significant information. One is excellent, that our crime is down for the 4th year in a row, and some record levels, which is really surprising considering that we were anticipating coming out of COVID, more people run around, there might be a spike. But I thank all our friends and neighbors and everybody in our community for working together to behaving good towards our neighbors and seeing low crime rates. So that's excellent. The other part of that, with every good, there's 2 sides of the coin. We are a little bit stagnated in the deliberations for the body cams for our officers. So there's still conversations between the administration and the police officers union, and they're working through those. We all want this to move quickly, but sometimes this process takes time and patience, particularly given some of our state constitutional privacy rights, and how do we accomplish our goals and take all things into consideration. So that's from the public safety meeting. The other is the ACDA. And so, forgive me just one second while I bring open my notes right here. Thank you. So the Anchorage Community Development Authority, that's Easy Park. They take your parking money and they invest it back into our community. They've actually, going really, all projects are meeting their milestones. Everything's on par. They're working with the Municipal Planning Department on funding the Browerfield program for 2023. And now they're going to be starting their annual City of a Million Lights and start putting the holiday. So they're getting all that geared together for those downtown light projects. And work is just about complete or much needed, for a 10-year capital maintenance and improvement plan for the parking garages. It's important to note that our parking garages are having just some wear and tear and some long-term issues, and we'll have to budget for those, particularly some structural improvements and things, since those buildings have been around for a considerable amount of time. But there's my reports. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. actually, Ms. Quinn Davidson is in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Since Mr. Cross brought up the Public Safety Committee meeting, maybe he doesn't know the answer to this, but I thought I would ask in case members of the public were having the same challenge. I tried to watch the meeting on YouTube today since I missed it last week, and I didn't see it there. So I don't know if we're just working on getting it up, but if someone could give us an update, and then if there are members of the public interested as well. Thank you.
I do believe it's up there because I know that I had to chair for Mr. Perez-Verdilla, and he was able to attend, and he said he watched it. So, but we will definitely look into that.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Domboski?
Thank you. Acting Municipal Attorney Blair Christensen actually can share some information on that, why that's not up.
Ms. Christensen?
Thank you. So during the meeting, we had an inadvertent disclosure of information, so we had to redact some information from the public portion of that recording in order not to further disclose confidential information, so I think we're just working through that process.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. We will follow up, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant? And actually, I want to note for the record, we have been joined by Ms. Allard. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So on October 20th, Thursday next week, we're going to have a especially long meeting of the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee meeting. It's a committee of the whole. And I really hope folks can attend because there are a number of consequential items on the agenda. So that's from 10 o'clock till noon. At that meeting, we will discuss AO 2022-94, which is a proposed plant replacement improvement surcharge mechanism for AWWU. AO 2022-91, amending code to increase rates for solid waste service disposal utility. AO 2022-92, amending code to increase solid waste service refuse collection facility. AO 2022-86, which is on the agenda tonight, which we'll ask to postpone by one meeting, which is a lease for to Vertical Bridge for land on Track J. Track J being specific and important to members of the Government Hill community. There will be a briefing from the Government Hill Community Council on the history of Track J and its future, so members of the body can begin to understand what's happening there. Then AR 2022-287, which is a discussion about approving changes to the 2021 basis of design for the Port of Alaska Modernization Program. And finally, NES 1 Design Build Contract Award Recommendation. So it's a packed agenda. The administration has taken seriously the request that items that are coming before the body, they get briefed at the committees, at least for this committee. So please attend, and hopefully we won't have this much on one agenda going forward, but your attendance is requested.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the first Wednesday of the month, we have the Health Policy Committee meeting, and this last month we had a really great meeting. It was all around substance misuse. We had a great panel. We had Acting Deputy Director Kim Rash from the Health Department. We had Deputy Municipal Attorney Colby Hickel, who serves on the Governor's Council around opioid issues, and we talked about the opioid settlement. We had Municipal Manager Amy Demboski, Tiffany Hall from Recover Alaska, and Julia Louie from Volunteers of America. And the locus of the discussion was really around setting the Golden Lion aside, which I know is controversial. What other responses can the Assembly have to address substance misuse issues in our community? And it was a really robust discussion. It is up on the committee's website if you want to take a look at it. I think what it's going to do is give us some ideas to bring forward, myself and co-chair member Voland, for the alcohol tax. And then I'm really looking forward to repeating that same type of discussion at the first Wednesday in November Health Policy Committee meeting around mental health, and talking about substantively what is the municipality already invested in, what ways can it invest, and how can we make sure we're having a holistic approach to these issues so that we can put forward proposals for the alcohol tax. So I wanted to highlight those because I think these are of particular community interest, and welcome your feedback, comments, and ideas on how to address these issues as a community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the municipal manager mentioned, we have begun our budget process in earnest with the mayor's first proposed budget. Our first work session will be this Friday, the 14th, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. in room 155. Then next week on the 20th at 12:10, we will have the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, again in room 155. And then another work session on Friday, which regrettably I will miss due to National Guard service, but will be chaired by the chair of the Assembly, and that also will be from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. in room 155. Following that, we will have probably more work sessions, another Budget and Finance Committee meeting, and 2 public hearings at least. But we are now in the budget season. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Nothing additional to add after Mr. Dunbar, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Volan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee met on September 28th, and we had a presentation for updates to Title 28 and also the Observer's Handbook. And also the Community and Economic Development Committee met on October 6th, and we had a discussion about allowing independent plan review for commercial building permits. And we also had an introduction to uses for relocatable buildings and potential need for improvements to those buildings if we're going to use them for something other than storage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I will go now to Ms. Allard, who has stepped out. Okay, before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we are going to address the laid on the table items, which incorporate any laid on the table items into the agenda. We have one laid on the table item. It is a supplemental item that will be item 14D2, 14 Delta 2. It does not require a vote. I will just read this item into the record. AO number 2022-93S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly confirming the designation of facilities as emergency shelters and ratifying the reappropriation of not to exceed $1,217,000 previously appropriated for adult emergency sheltering and the appropriation of not to exceed $1,216,000 of alcoholic beverages retail sales tax fund balance to the Anchorage Health Department to be used for emergency cold weather sheltering, both as approved in AR 2022-293 as amended, and appropriating an amount not to exceed $1,102,500 of alcoholic beverages retail sales tax fund balance to the Anchorage Health Department to be used for emergency sheltering. And again, this is a supplemental item. It will be item 14D2. May I have a motion from a member or the vice chair to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table item?
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table item. Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition to the motion?
Madam Chair, I have a point of information, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard. What is
Thank
your
you.
procedural question?
I have an item that I would like to lay on the table to incorporate as well. Do you want me to wait until after we do this one?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We will go ahead and dispense with this motion, and then we can go to you for an additional laid on the table motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table item. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table item has been incorporated into the agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an item here. It's not numbered, obviously, yet to lay on the table. It's an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 16.120.040 to prohibit designation of the former Golden Lion Hotel as an emergency shelter. I'd like to incorporate this item and lay it on the table, please.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your, what rule do you believe has been broken, Ms.
Or
Salatel?
we just don't have the document or point of information, so either way.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. The document does not appear to be distributed, Ms. Allard.
Yes, thank you. I recently got it. We've been working on it, and I could get that from maybe Travis. I already asked, and then he printed just my recent copy off, and maybe he can just distribute it to the rest of the members, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We can go ahead and come back to this item later.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to appearance requests. We have two. The first is Sarah Prescott. Welcome. And if you would go ahead and state your name for the record, I will set the timer for 3 minutes. If you could press, there you go, it's on now.
Here it is. It's just a piece of tape. So okay, I also have these resolutions for each member.
And are you representing a group?
Yes. I haven't gone that far, sorry. Hi, my name is Sarah Prescott. I am the chair of the Public Transit Advisory Board. And on September 8th, 2022, we passed Resolution 2022-03, a resolution of the Anchorage Public Transit Advisory Board supporting the Public Transportation Department's proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. So to kick off budget season, I am here to request full funding for the Public Transportation Department. I just want to go over some of the highlights that the Public Transportation Department has been responsible for since the fall of 2021 and over the course of 2022. So the reason for some of the increases that you've seen will be because of fuel costs. The increases in Anchor Ride's contractual costs to maintain existing levels of paratransit services. There's a fuel budget increase to account for fuel price hikes within the municipality, and a grant accountant position to alleviate the workload on the department's finance team in managing several state and federal grants, in addition to pursuing other grant opportunities to help reduce cost to the department's operating budget. The department gets much of its funding through grants, and a high-frequency transit route provides an incentive to housing and commercial development and infill development over the long term, which is a goal. And they utilize local funds provisioned by the Office of Management and Budget for the operation of People Mover, Anchor Rides, and rideshare services. So I am just here tonight on behalf of the Public Transit Advisory Board to advocate for full funding as it's been proposed in the budget that came out on September 30th, October 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant is in the queue.
Yeah, thanks. So you're super early, and I just want to let you, and you can let the advisory board members know that we are going to have 2 work sessions and 2 public hearings, and so those public hearings are an opportunity for the public to come and tell us similar messages.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jessica Parks. Welcome. If you would go ahead and start by stating your name for the record.
Yes, and I also have some handouts. My name is Jessica Parks. I'm here as the Advisory Council Chair for the Anchorage COC, and I would like to read a resolution that was passed at a special meeting today regarding emergency shelter. So this is a resolution of the Anchorage Continuum of Care regarding emergency shelter as part of the homeless prevention and response system in Anchorage. Whereas HUD defines an emergency shelter to mean any facility with overnight sleeping accommodations, the primary purpose of which is to provide temporary shelter for the homeless in general or for specific populations of the homeless. And whereas in the Anchorage emergency shelter is provided in several ways: congregate shelter, non-congregate shelter, and transitional housing programs. And whereas the COC acknowledges that emergency shelter can and must play an essential role within an effective, housing-focused crisis response system. And whereas effective emergency shelter within the HPRS will employ the 5 keys of effective emergency sheltering: a housing-first approach, safe and appropriate diversion, immediate and low-barrier access, housing-focused rapid exit, and data to measure performance in order to create quick and effective pathways to permanent housing. And whereas the commitment to Housing First is based on the principle that client choice is valuable in housing selection and supportive service participation, and that exercising that choice is likely to make a client more successful in remaining housed and improving their life. And whereas client choice includes, but is not limited to, voluntary participation in supportive services, client control over service needs, and ability to exercise choice regarding the location, services, and provider and type of shelter and housing they receive. And whereas the recommendations by HUD under the interim rule for operations of programs under the COC and ESG programs are that clients must be evaluated for eligibility and assistance needed, information documented and entered into the local HMIS, and follow written standards related to emergency shelters and essential services. Therefore, the Anchorage Continuum of Care resolves that organizations funding and operating emergency shelters within the Anchorage HPRS follow the HUD best practices for emergency shelters, the guidelines for HUD for operations of programs under the COC and ESG programs be considered minimum requirements and not maximum obligations, meals served in emergency shelter follow the nutrition standards for the adult care food program established by the USDA, and that Housing First be at the forefront of the emergency shelter response, which includes client choice. And this was approved at our meeting today.
Thank you. Before we move on to the consent agenda, I believe we may have some students in the audience. Do we have any students here? You all want to come up and tell us where you're from and why you're here?
Elect a leader.
Or send one of you up here, or elect a leader is what I heard some. Welcome. So where are you all from? And would you turn on the mic, please?
Sorry. I'm Haley. I'm from Chugiak High School. I'm McKenna, and I'm also from Chugiak. Hi, I'm Madison, and I'm from Chugiak, too.
If you're here for a class, maybe tell us that too.
Yeah.
What class?
My name's Michael. I'm from Chugiak, and it's for a class as well. Government.
I'm Morgan. I'm from Service High School, and I'm here for government for the Citizen Action Project.
Hi, my name is James. I'm here for my government class from Service High School.
Hi, my name is Rizzy, and I'm doing this for my Citizen Action Project for US Gov.
My name is Asher Frost. I am here as well for my Citizen Action Project for U.S. Government in the seminar program at Service High School.
Well, welcome all of you, and I think some of you may need signatures. Yes? All right. I saw Mr. Cross waving. Okay, before we take up the consent agenda, Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a disclosure regarding several items on the agenda tonight, some of which are in the consent agenda. I wanted to disclose to determine whether or not I have a conflict. I'm the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. The Anchorage Coalition is a nonprofit organization with open membership for persons interested in creating a community plan to end homelessness. In my role as Executive Director of the Coalition participated in making and publicizing a recommendation of the Emergency Shelter Task Force, which the Assembly asked the Coalition to convene. The task force was made up of over 30 members from service organizations, providers, the Anchorage Health Department, and the public. The decision of the task force was reached by consensus. The task force recommendations involved the use of the Golden Lion, among other facilities, as part of the emergency cold weather shelter response. The MOA, or the municipality, is adopting its own emergency cold weather shelter plan through a series of appropriations. There are 5 items tonight before the Assembly involving past and future sheltering appropriations. The appropriations involve the Aviator Hotel for its utilization through September 30th, 2022, meals at the Aviator and Alex hotels, adding the Alex Hotel as a non-congregate emergency sheltering location, and securing rooms at the Aviator Hotel between October 1 through the end of this year. None of these appropriations are the result of the recommendations made by the task force. In addition, there's item 14D, Delta, which involves the use of the Golden Lion and correcting a funding source. The Coalition will provide subject matter expertise and technical assistance on whatever use, if any, the Golden Lion has as a part of the response to homelessness. Additionally, you heard that the Continuum of Care adopted a resolution today, but however, that Continuum of Care, which is the Coalition's HUD governance body, has not taken a position on any specific emergency sheltering option for this winter. The Coalition is not a service provider and will not benefit financially regarding the outcome of these items. I ask the chair and the body to determine whether or not I have a conflict with regard to any of these items.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. In the leadership meeting today, we had a discussion about all the many ways we could proceed with this, and the position we ended up was, let's just ask the body to make the determination. So I move the question, does Member Zalatel have a conflict? I would ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant, and if folks on the phone could please mute. We are picking up quite a bit of background noise.
Madam Chair, point of information.
What is your procedural question, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Well, Mr. Constance said he moves a question, but how as the body do we approach that?
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. In one moment, I was going to ask Mr. Constant to restate the motion, and then the second was Mr. Perez-Verdilla was the second in the motion, but please restate your motion,
Yeah,
Mr. Constant.
I made it as simple as possible. Does Member Zalatel have a conflict? And if you vote yes, you're voting that she has a conflict. And if you vote no, you're voting that she doesn't have a conflict. And sure, that would be on items 10D27, which is the 99+1 contract, 10D28, Beans, Alex Aviator, 10D29, Aviator Hotel Rooms, 10D34, Alex Hotel Rooms, 11B, Alex Hotel, and 14D, Golden Line and Funding Source. So all of those items. And so I urge a no vote. I don't believe that she has a conflict. That'll be my testimony at this time. She is not receiving funds. She doesn't have a personal interest in any of those being successful. And so that's the question before us. Ultimately, it'd be a motion to approve the question, does Member Zalatel have a conflict?
And we are just working on getting the motion on the screen here. So we will go through the queue. First is Mr. Cross, and then Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, and just for the record here, Ms. Zalatel, I really appreciate you bringing this up. I just, when we dealt with this on the planning board, we dealt with just information outside of what you would have as general member of the assembly, and so sometimes that can get, I just want to know, as your position as executive director of the Alaska Center to Ending Homelessness, as Coalition to Ending Homeless, does your position afford you the ability to direct these funds beyond what we're voting on in the assembly? I mean, are you making recommendations for individuals that getting funding? I mean, is there, I'm trying to see what that separation of roles, of dual roles looks like, and what a perceived conflict might look like. Maybe you can help me understand a little bit better. I appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Cross. So as I stated in my statement, the coalition provides technical and subject matter expertise on whatever use of any facility is within the homeless prevention response system. What this body decides to fund is up to this body, and the coalition then provides its expertise on making sure that the homeless prevention response system follows best practices.
Any follow-up, Mr. Cross?
No, I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, it's still kind of vague. It's right there on the line for me, so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, I guess similar to Mr. Cross, I'm conceptually struggling a little bit with this. I understand, it appears that what's happening is trying to really narrow down the scope of the conflict from what has generally been a very, I think what some would say, an overbroad scope of the conflict to something much more narrow, which I appreciate. I'm wondering, though, since I think we're looking at 4 or 5 different items, is there going to be a series of questions asked to help make the vote, or is there an assumption that we have the information that we need as a body to make the vote? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Would you be able to provide any clarity or direction regarding what specifically you would need?
Sure. So specifically, when we deal with questions arising conflict, there's the series of questions that are asked. And so are those questions going to be asked of Ms. Zalatel, or are we saying that we have the information that we need to make the vote?
So, Mr. Rivera, this is Ms. Salatel. I wanted to let you know that in working with Ethics Council, Ms. Carmichael, and the chair of the Ethics Board, I was advised to try to make a disclosure that addressed all of the questions within the disclosure, so that the disclosure is, 1, my duty, and 2, that disclosure was fulsome, so that you all could come up with the decision based on those questions that are enumerated in code.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Any follow-up, Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. As long as it is very clear on the record that those questions that have typically been asked have been answered, then I think I'm fine and I'm ready to vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Mr. Dunbar and then Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say very briefly that I urge a no vote. I do not believe Ms. Zalatel has a conflict. And I think that over the last year or so, actually it's been less than that she's been at the Coalition on Homelessness, that the conflict rules have been interpreted in too broad a fashion. Now, this doesn't narrow or broaden that in general, but in this specific instance, I urge a no vote. Homelessness is an issue that touches every aspect of our society in Anchorage. We know it's a significant public policy challenge that all of us have tried to work on or faced in some capacity. Similarly, I serve on the board of the Park Foundation, and I don't have to recuse myself from every vote having to do with parks, only the ones that specifically fund the Park Foundation. Similarly, I'd like to see the conflict with Ms. Zalatel narrowed in that fashion. But even without that narrowing, I think it's within our power and we should vote no tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Next is Ms. Quinn-Davidson and then Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I think I basically want to repeat what Mr. Dunbar just said, which is that I think over the last year or so, the scope of what has been assumed to be a conflict has been too broad. Like Mr. Dunbar said, we're all members of this community. We are all impacted by homelessness to some extent. There have been members on the body who have owned small businesses and had, code changes or plans that come up that might impact businesses in general, and those have not been determined to be a conflict. So I don't see how Ms. Zalatel, it's one thing if the coalition is receiving funding from us, that is a conflict. And she needs to step out of the room, can't vote on it. But to me, she should be able to vote as an assembly member on whether we're helping solve the problem of homelessness when it's not directly going to ACEH. So I think the conflict has been sort of interpreted too broadly, and I would urge a no vote as well.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I typically don't repeat what my fellow members have already said, but I have to essentially repeat what the last two speakers have said. I also run a nonprofit organization in the city, and I think it's really important that when we're interpreting these conflict of interest guidelines, that it's done in a very specific way. And I do believe, as my colleagues have mentioned, that it's been too broad, and that there have been several times over the last year that I have not agreed with Ms. Salatel not participating in a vote, simply because there may seem to be some sort of connection. I think it's really important that if there's not a financial benefit to her or the organization that she runs, then I believe that she should be involved in that vote. So I would urge a vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. I want to call attention to the gold pages in the binder regarding disclosure of potential conflict of interest in a reference to AMC 15.060, where we have the questions that we typically go through. And I will go ahead and go through the questions, so they are on the record, though I understand Ms. Zelatel's disclosure has already addressed those. We will go through them, and then I will return to the queue. And this is to determine if Member Zelatel has a substantial financial or private interest in the matters before the Assembly in 10D27, 10D28, 10D29, 10D34, 11B, and 14D. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No, the coalition is not a service provider and will not benefit financially regarding the outcome of these items.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
There is no interest, but to the extent that there could be, it would vary it would vary.
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known, or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
Conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action. As stated, the coalition will provide subject matter expertise and technical assistance on whatever facilities are used as part of the response to homelessness.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which the elected official or household member belongs?
Yes.
Are there other factors that you wish to add here that may be deemed appropriate under the specifics of this disclosure and the nature of the action before the body?
I would just reiterate that the task force was made up of over 30 members from service organizations, providers, the Anchorage Health Department, and the public, and that any decision task force was reached on a consensus basis. And just everything I read in my initial statement, I think, covers these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. AMC 2.30.070 is titled Duty to Vote, and I too believe we have been overbroad in our interpretation of conflicts in the context of these decisions and others, and I hearken back to a vote in which a member of this body was in fact compelled by this body to vote on his parents' liquor license because the connection was not so close that it was personal to him and his direct family. And so since then we've evolved to, if there is any connection that is defined as substantial, but the term substantial has specific meaning. And so for those reasons, I join my peers in urging a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the question, does Member Zalatel have a conflict on items 10D27, 10D28, 10D29?
Good point of order.
What rule do you believe has been broken, Mr. Constant?
It needs to be clarified. We never really, I don't remember how we do this in the past. Mr. Gates probably does the member vote.
Give me a moment, please.
Through the Through the chair, just a point.
Do you have a point of order?
I have a point of information. On the plating board, the motion would be moved to accuse and then recuse, and then if they wanted to stay, you would vote no, and she would then be instructed to participate. So that's how we did on the plating board.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I conferred with Acting Suppletorium Christensen on this. We believe it's not appropriate for her to vote on her own conflict question.
And Mr. Gates, is it appropriate if Ms. Zelatel remains on the dais for the vote?
Sure, just not vote.
Okay. Both attorneys are nodding. Ms. Allard?
And I'm going to go with what legal says, but I just wanted to bring up a little bit of a reminder when myself and Ms. Kennedy had a conflict of interest because we were both on the chamber, and even though we weren't going to be receiving funds, we were voting members of the chamber, and we weren't allowed to participate in that vote, nor were we allowed to participate of getting funds for the chamber during that time as well. So I just wanted to kindly remind the members of that.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And procedurally, I do want to note that in that instance, it had been determined that you and the other member had a conflict. In this instance, the question is before the body, and it has not been determined. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's interesting because Chris was commenting on, or sorry, Member Constant was commenting on the fact that Assembly members have a duty to vote. And so just so the public knows, we are not supposed to abstain from voting on a question. And so we almost have the burden to show that we have a conflict in order to abstain. And I think that's why we have the questions. I believe that the questions at some point are going to be revisited because some of them are confusing. But just want to point that out for the public's information that if a member is going to be recused from voting, it should be for a very good reason. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. And yes, the questions are being reviewed and revisited. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote in the question. Does Member Zelatel have a conflict on items 10D27, 10D28, 10D29, 10D34, 11B, and 14D?
Mr. Rivera?
No.
The vote is 2-9. It is the body's determination that Ms. Zelatel does not have a conflict on these items. We will now move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. I will start to my left with Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 10A5 for reading. Thank you.
10A Alpha 5 for reading. Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10A7 for reading.
10A Alpha 7. Any
That's
other
it.
items?
That's it.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 10D27 and 10D28 and 10D34, please.
10D, Delta 27, 28, and 34.
Oh, you should pull those.
Any other items, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I don't think so, but I'll let you know if I have another one. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A4 and 10 Delta 9.
Ten Alpha 4 and 10 Delta 9. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
10 Delta 11, please.
10 Delta 11. Mr. Constant?
10C2,
And then-
10D1, 10D13, 10D29, 10F1, 10F6, and 10F14.
So that is 10 Charlie 2, 10 Delta 1, 13, and 29, 10 Foxtrot 1, 6, and 14.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross?
Yes, Madam Chair. Item 10G13.
10 Golf 13.
Please and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have already been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Presverdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have already been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Mr. Solt?
No items to pull, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Ms. Allard?
10A3, please, Madam Chair.
10
reading.
Alpha 3. Thank you, Ms. Allard. And Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I meant to pull 10G14, not 10F14.
10 Golf 14 and not 10 Foxtrot 14. Are there any other items members wish to pull?
Madam Chair, maybe point of information, prior to asking for our consent on the consent agenda, should the later laid on the table item be dealt with so that it could possibly have a number?
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. So we will go ahead and, after we deal with the consent agenda or pulling the items, then I will turn to Ms. Allard for a motion to introduce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion to introduce.
Actually, we'll wait, Ms.
Okay.
Allard, until we deal with this issue of removing the items from the consent agenda and just approving the ones that have not been pulled off. So I will go back over the list. Under 10A Alpha, 3 by Ms. Allard, 4 by Mr. Dunbar, 5 by Mr. Peterson, and 7 by Mr. Volan. Under 10C2, or 10 Charlie, 2, Mr. Constant. Under 10D Delta, 1 by Mr. Constant, 9 by Mr. Dunbar, 11 by Ms. Zalatel, 13 by Mr. Constant, 27 and 28 by Ms. Quinn Davidson, 29 by Mr. Constant, 34 by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Under 10F Foxtrot, 1 by Mr. Constant, 6 by Mr. Constant, and then under 10G Golf, 13 by Mr. Cross, and 14 by Mr. Constant.
I missed one.
Which other item, Mr. Constant, would you like to pull?
10D8.
10 Delta 8. Are there any other items members wish to pull? Okay, any other items to pull? Did you get that? Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you are here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. We will now go through the agenda and take up the items that were pulled from the consent agenda. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this where I can go ahead and move to introduce? Thank you. I'd like to move to introduce. It doesn't have an item number next to it. I guess that's not relevant on this part? No. Do you?
No number. You can go ahead and read it into the
just the
record.
The title, sure. And it moved to introduce an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 16.120.040 to prohibit designation of the former Golden Lion Hotel as an emergency shelter. And I'm requesting a second and a third.
I'll second that. Second.
Third.
Introduced by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Salt, a third with Mr. Cross. With public hearing set for October 25th.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Dunbar?
Oh.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that we change the order of the day. I move to change the order of the day to take up item 10A3 after item 10A7. And then at that point, we will recess to celebrate with the Filipino American community.
Second.
Thank you. So 10A3 after 10A7. Again, that will give us a nice break. The Filipino American community is here to celebrate with us. And at that point, because we have such a long agenda, we'll take a break.
So a motion has been made by Mr. Constant to take up item 10A3 after 10A7. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue. Do you need a moment? 10A3. Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the order has been changed to take up item 10A3 after 10A7. We now have before us item 10A3, resolution number AR 2022. Sorry, we just changed the order of the day to take that one up. I'm list-driven here.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Chair. I was going to speak to item 13A for individuals that are in the audience. All right.
We now have before us item 10A4, resolution number AR 2022-305, a resolution honoring First National Bank Alaska on the occasion of its centennial anniversary, celebrating 100 years of service to Anchorage and Alaska in banking and community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved.
I will be reading, Madam Chair, and I believe Mr. Perez-Rodilla is presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Whereas First National Bank Alaska was founded in Anchorage on the corner of 4th Avenue and G Street by candy maker Winfield Irvin on January 30th, 1922. And whereas the bank opened with 2 employees and initial assets including gold nuggets and untanned animal pelts. And whereas First National Bank Alaska is headquartered in Anchorage and is Alaska's longest serving and largest community bank with branches located across the state. And whereas the Cuddy family's commitment to growing First National Bank Alaska started with Warren N. Cuddy in 1941, has provided generations of Alaskans with jobs and entrepreneurial and community opportunities. And whereas First National's investment in the communities in which they serve provides essential funding and countless hours of volunteer service to help nonprofit organizations achieve their missions. And whereas this year First National and its nearly 600 employees are celebrating its centennial anniversary. And whereas First National is a key employer and has been recognized as a best place to work 7 years in a row. And whereas First National has been instrumental in supporting essential community initiatives, including its more than 30-year signature sponsorship of the Alaska School Activities Association, the United Way of Anchorage, and many other organizations. And whereas First National has demonstrated its commitment to Alaskans through times of crisis. Following the 1964 Good Friday earthquake, First National built its downtown Anchorage building to showcase its confidence in Alaska's future. During the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic, First National created the Spirit of Alaska concert to raise over $75,000 in partnership with United Way to provide food to Alaskans. And First National also processed more than 5,000 PPP loans to help customers weather the economic collapse caused by COVID-19. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors First National Bank Alaska for 100 years of providing unwavering support to Alaskans through its business and stewardship within the communities it serves. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of October, 2022.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the Assembly, thank you so much for this wonderful resolution. More than a century ago, Winfield Irvin, a candy maker from Idaho, opened the First National Bank of Anchorage, as it was then called, in the middle of downtown Anchorage at the corner of 4th Avenue and G Street. His one employee served customers across a marble slab he used to make his candy. These humble beginnings led directly to the First National Bank Alaska of today, the state's largest community bank, with 28 locations in 19 communities, and voted the best place to work for 7 years running. Over those 100 years, every day, through booms and busts, pandemic or no pandemic, nearly 600 employees, your neighbors and friends, stood ready to help Alaskans succeed, helping shape tomorrow for a brighter future for all Alaskans. Thank you again for the recognition of First National Centennial Milestone, made possible only by our dedicated employees, our loyal customers, and our amazing communities like Anchorage throughout our great state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got a member in the queue, Mr. Constance.
First, it's custom that the speaker says their name for the record.
Oh, I'm Sherry Gillen.
Thank you. And I think about 100 years, I just attended a conference on urbanism and cities, and 100 years is a long time when you think like a person, but when you think like a city, 100 years is not that long. And so I look forward to when you become a teenager organization.
All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and thank you so much for your service to our community. We now have before us item 10A5, resolution number AR 2022-306, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly and Mayor Bronson welcoming delegates and attendees to the 2022 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention, October 20 through 22, 2022. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Peterson? Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Do we have someone here to accept? Okay. Well, we will go ahead and, Mr. Peterson, if you would read the resolution, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas the municipality of Anchorage is honored to host the in-person 2022 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention, AFN, October 20th through the 22nd, 2022, and extends a warm, long-awaited welcome to the delegates, attendees, family members, and guests. And whereas the 2022 annual AFN convention will meet in person for the first time in 2 years, with this year's convention theme, Celebrating Our Unity, which honors the unity among families, communities, and organizations for working together to take on today's challenges and those that are ahead. And whereas in October of 1966, more than 400 Alaska Natives transcended regional rivalries to found the Alaska Federation of Natives, which has grown to represent more than 191 tribes, 171 village corporations, 10 regional corporations, 12 regional nonprofit and tribal consortiums. And whereas the AFN convention brings together between 1,500 and 2,500 delegates and close to 6,000 attendees, fulfilling AFN's mission to enhance and promote the cultural values and economic and political voices of the Alaska Native community. And whereas the annual AFN convention is the largest representative yearly gathering in the United States of any Natives people, generating an economic impact on the host city in excess of $6 million. And whereas Anchorage cherishes the rich cultural traditions, history, and values of Alaska's Natives people, and as Alaska's largest Native village, is proud to be home to more than 23,000 Alaska Natives. And now, therefore, in the spirit of welcoming community, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors the traditions and knowledge of the Alaska Native people and encourages the people of Anchorage to welcome and embrace the delegates and attendees to the 2022 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention. Passed and approved by the Assembly this 11th day of October 2022.
We will now take up item 10A7, resolution number AR 2022-314, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Rich Owens for 28 years of community service and youth mentorship.
Thank you.
What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Volin and seconded by Ms. Zalatel, seeking unanimous consent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be reading.
Oh, one moment.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved, and Mr. Volin is reading.
Thank you. Yes. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Rich Owens for 28 years of community service and youth mentorship. Whereas Rich Owens was born and raised in Deer Lodge, Montana, where his parents, Frank and Catherine's example, instilled in Rich and his brothers a strong work ethic and the importance of living a life grounded in faith, philanthropy, and community service, while always treating others with respect. And whereas after graduating from Powell County High School and the University of Montana, Rich worked for an agricultural industrial supplier while operating a catering business before working in hotel management in Montana and the western United States. And whereas in 1986, Rich arrived in Anchorage to manage the newly constructed Millennium Hotel in Spenard, where he oversaw the operations of the business until 1994, when, seeking a new adventure and recalling the Tasty Freeze from his Montana childhood, he purchased the Jewel Lake Tasty Freeze. And whereas over the years, Rich has expanded the business, providing seating for 85 customers indoors and 65 outdoors, building the operation into the largest Tasty Freeze restaurant in the nation, and being recognized as Tasty Freeze Operator of the Year in 2006 and 2015. And whereas over the past 28 years, Rich has been a mentor and role model to over 600 Anchorage youth who have worked at Jewel Lake Tasty Freeze, where they learned important job, life, and interpersonal skills essential to building successful careers and productive lives, with 3 generations of some families working at Jewel Lake Tasty Freeze. And whereas, in addition to creating opportunities for and mentoring young people, Rich has served and uplifted his community in a variety of ways, including serving on the board of Wish Upon the North Star, helping to found St. Teresa's Camp in Wasilla, serving as the auctioneer for Lumen Christi Catholic High School's annual fundraising auction, partnering with Mountain View Health Services to provide COVID vaccination clinics at Jewel Lake Tasty Freeze, and working with the Alaska National Guard and Salvation Army to establish Operation Santa Claus, which has delivered thousands of Christmas gifts and 5-ounce ice cream sundaes to more than 60 rural Alaskan communities. And whereas Rich's community service has uplifted and benefited numerous community organizations and programs, including Catholic Social Services, the Salvation Army, Operation Santa Claus, the Alaska National Guard, the Blood Bank of Alaska, the American Cancer Society, and the Anchorage School District Business Partnership Program. And whereas, despite his business achievements and incredible contributions to our community, Rich remains a humble and modest man who is grounded and sustained by his strong Catholic faith, and who has always done his best to honor the example and legacy of his parents by living a life of faith, philanthropy, and community service while treating everyone with respect. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Rich Owens for 28 years of service to our community and his mentorship of more than 600 Anchorage youth, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of October 2022.
I'd like to thank the Assembly for this very humbling resolution. Next year is our 65th anniversary. We haven't made 100, but we're 65. And the person that the family that I sold Tasty Freeze to, they're here this evening. I'd like to recognize Linwood and Darlene Stowe sitting back there. And they have a commitment to operate. The reason Linwood was 16 and working for me when he told me that he wanted to buy the restaurant. He's 44 now. He's had to wait almost 3 decades to do this, but he wants to operate the business the same way that I have, and so that's great. I'd also like to recognize Ashley Swain back here, who's manager, and she's been with me for 12, 13, 14 years, long time. If it wasn't for the employees and the managers that I have, I wouldn't be able to do what we've done. And so I'd, again, like to thank you very much, and it's very much appreciated. And it's going to be kind of a longer transition because I wasn't ready to walk out the door, so you guys are stuck with me till springtime anyway. So that's when the party will be in the spring. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Owens, if you wouldn't mind coming back. Ms. Quinn Davidson is in the queue.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to say thank you so much for everything you've done in our district, but also in our community, and for providing great ice creams that my wife and I frequent here and there. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Dole, who I see in the audience. He reached out to me and said, this is huge. You have to do a resolution on this. And so Cameron and I reached out, and Daryl did all the work to write this. We just provided a few edits. So thank you for everything you've done, and thank you to those community partners who helped make this possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Oh, just one more thing, just another thanks. And I really wanted to thank you on behalf of all of the kids that spend so much time at your place. My kids go there probably a little too often, but and all the soccer kids and all the sports kids that come there and just love your place and feel like it's a home away from home. So thank you for all you've done for our community, and I wish you the best in whatever else you're going to do. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia, and thank you so much, Mr. Owens. We will now go back to item 10. Ms. Allard, did you just put yourself in the queue?
I was to say something to Mr. Owens, but it's okay. Thank you.
You can go ahead if you want to say it. He's still here.
You could just be there, Mr. Owens. It's fine. I just wanted to let you know that when my daughter's pre-training at Kincaid, we would always go by the Tasty Freeze, and I got to tell you, you get the best burgers and fries. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We will now go back to item 10A3, resolution number AR 2022-304, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2022 as Filipino American History Month, a time to celebrate Filipino Americans and their cultural and historic contributions. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Allard, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. And I understand, Ms. Allard, you are reading, and Mr. Cross, you are presenting, and we have folks here to accept. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2022 as Filipino American History Month, a time to celebrate Filipino Americans and their cultural and historic contributions. Whereas the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the United States was on October 18, 1587, and the first Filipinos to arrive in Alaska in 1788 on the fur trading ship, the Iphigenia Nubiana. And during the early 1900s, Filipinos began settling in Alaska, first in the coastal villages in the southeast and Bristol Bay, and by the 1930s in Anchorage. And whereas Filipino Americans have a rich history of public and military service, participation in leadership and social justice movements, including the United Farm Workers Movement, the fight for ethnic studies, the Hawaii sugar plantation strikes, the Washington Yakima strikes, and the anti-martial law movements. And whereas the Filipino American National Historical Society's 2022 Filipino American History Month theme is celebrating our history and legacies. 50 years of Filipino American studies, 40 years of Filipino American National Historical Society, and 30 years of Filipino American History Month. And whereas 2022 marks the 50th anniversary of the first Filipino American Studies classes being taught at the several universities in multiple states, the 40th anniversary of Dorothy Ligo Cordova founding the Filipino American Historical Society, and the 30th anniversary of the first Filipino American History Month celebration spearheaded by Fred Cordova. And whereas we recognize the advocacy, the leadership, the courage, and service of Filipino Americans, frontline workers, and healthcare workers who've dedicated and resolved have helped to sustain our community during challenging times. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and celebrates October 22nd, 2022 as Filipino American History Month, passed and approved this Anchorage Assembly the 11th day of October, 2022.
My name is Marianne Ganesius. I am the Vice President of the Alaska Federation of Filipino Americans and a 38-year resident of Alaska. Thank you, members of the Assembly, for recognizing the contributions that Filipino Americans have made in this great state, which are pretty much listed on the resolution here. I'd like to also recognize our Filipino American organizations that contribute greatly to the history of this great state and will continue to groom our youth and educate our young adults to take active roles in our community. So thank you again, members of the Assembly, for recognizing October as Filipino American History Month and recognizing the positive contributions that Filipino Americans have made in Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a member in the queue. If you all would hold on. Mr. Cross?
Yes, I would like to share a story with you. In 2014, I found myself in dire need of some help for one of my businesses, and I was struggling to find people who had the skills to do it. And someone turned me on and said, you should check the international market and see if there's people that are tech savvy. And I met two fantastic human beings in 2014 that are still as close to me as my own family, Gino Palo and Devora Inanobra, who live in Davao. And they are the most amazing human beings on the face of this planet. I've tried to work with an immigration attorney to bring them over. Perhaps you can help me. But as I interviewed individuals, you would run into individuals and say, what are your career goals? What do you want to do? I want a car, I want a house. But the people that I interviewed in the Philippines were, I want to take care of my family. I want my kids to go to a good school. And as long as I've known them, they've always put their family first, and it always gave me goosebumps and inspired me. And I'm literally almost tearing up now because they work so hard, and they always have a great attitude, and it's so humbling because I feel like I can't do enough to help them. And I just really appreciate everything you do for our community. And know that the people of the Philippines are having an effect, even when they don't live here, that they are touching lives here in Alaska. So I thank you greatly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep this brief, but I've been very fortunate to attend a number of events over in the summer, and then just at UAA, you had a great event. Was it last weekend or the weekend before? It all blends together. But you've had these tremendous events. And I also want to recognize someone in your group, Genevieve Mina, and I know she doesn't want to turn this into a political event, but Thelma Buckholz was the first, and I believe to this point only, Filipino American that has served in the Alaska legislature, and Genevieve has the opportunity to be the second. And I know that the community is incredibly proud of her and the work that she is doing. And so, also I have to say, as I always do, this is, you fortunately provide us with a dinner sometimes, and it is my absolute favorite night of the year. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, and thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We are actually not quite ready to take the break for dinner, so we will go ahead and continue on with the consent agenda. We now have before us item 10C2, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 591-2022, recommendation of award of a non-encumbering contract with Alaska Trucking for snow hauling services on an as-needed basis for the Municipality of Anchorage Public Works Department. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. On behalf of the administration, this item has been pulled and won't be moved as the bidder has rescinded their offer.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Demboski, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just that we are going to the second responsive bidder, and we anticipate that being on the next Assembly's agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. We will move on to item 10D1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 501-2022, 2023 Assembly Meeting Schedule. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. I believe we have an amendment.
Yes, thank you. I would move LaFrance Constant Amendment Number 1 to this. It adds a statement that the Assembly considered other religious holidays such as Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Ramadan, among others, when determining the Assembly's 2023 regular meeting schedule, and the Assembly directs the Municipal Clerk's Office to include those dates on the 2024 Assembly meeting calendar.
Second.
Thank you. We had some issues earlier this year in which special meetings were scheduled over special holidays, and so we're making a concerted effort to make sure on the front end we build those dates into our calendar. And the clerk has also asked if there's anyone in the community that wants to send us dates of specific interest to us, then we can kind of start to organize them in a way that is as meaningful as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I want to note that the amendment was moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Amendment LaFrance Constant Amendment 1.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We now have the main motion before us as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 501-2022 as amended.
Mr. Rivera, how do you vote?
Yes.
Item 10D1 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D8, and I will read this item into the record, and then I will hand the gavel to Mr. Constant, as I would like to declare a potential conflict. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 567-2022, Geotechnical Advisory Commission appointments, Brian O'Dowd, James Calls, and Eli Ward.
Ms. LaFrance, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My husband is a current member of the Geotechnical Advisory Commission. Though he is not on the item before us tonight, I am not advocating for my husband. I don't believe I have a conflict. However, I did want to disclose that he does serve on this commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It is ruling of the chair that there is no conflict. Do you want to do the questions?
I'm fine with the ruling, but it is up to the other members. I would ask that you retain the gavel for this item.
Okay. Okay. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone.
Second on the motion to postpone.
Okay, I heard two motions. The motion to postpone was seconded, so that's the motion on the floor. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I'm sorry, I thought I was weighing it. Well, I intended to weigh in on whether Suzanne had a conflict.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say that I think this is a classic example of way overbroad, and not only do you get no financial benefit by participating in a commission meeting, this isn't even your husband's vote. So, yeah, I think, interestingly, I'll say that when I became acting mayor, my wife resigned from the commission because she thought there might be an appearance of a conflict. The current administration has obviously treated that very differently, but I don't think any of them are a conflict. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch you in the queue. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to postpone this item for one main reason, and that is because I don't fully understand what the Geotechnical Advisory Commission does, and it's really hard to evaluate potential appointees until you have a full understanding of the commission. I had previously requested that there be some sort of mission statement or purpose added to these. I think that there's an opportunity here to get fully briefed on the commission, as well as then look at these appointees, learn what the commission's been up to, I mean, I can infer a few things, but I really don't have a sense of the items that they have before them. And without that kind of information, this sounds like a very specific advisory commission. I don't feel prepared to vote on these particular nominees at this time. Thank you.
Member Allard?
Thank you. So I know we're moving to postpone, and I guess I just want to hear an explanation a little bit further. I hear a little bit from Ms. Salatel, but we are at a point where there are members currently that their terms are expiring on 10/14, and I don't have a problem with doing a work session at all, but I did want to point out that the Geotechnical Advisory Commission is a group of local engineers that live within the municipality. And one thing that I did notice, and I took to heart, was that on that current commission, they don't have any representation from Chugiak Eagle River. And so these individuals, Mr. O'Dowd and Mr. Coles, are individuals that are from Eagle River. And I wanted to be able to further just say that it would give a better diversity amongst this. And these engineers come forward and they have their advisory commission. I've sat in several meetings, and they come together as a team to try to decide what things we could do better in the municipality when it comes to engineering. And if we go ahead and postpone this, I would like to do a work session, if we can, as early as possible, so these seats can be filled and represented. Thank you.
Not yet. Hold on. So, yeah, go ahead. Do you want... Ms. Zalatel, did you have a specific date?
Yes, actually, I'd like to move this out to December 20th to take it up after the budget. And the reason for that is current members can continue to serve 120 days past their current term expiration. I also, in looking at the calendar, don't know how we're going to fit this into the budget and give it the time it deserves. So that is the date, and I'm sorry I didn't get it out in making the original motion.
Okay, next I have Ms. Domboski recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I just wanted to remind the body, when this administration came in, we took Ms. Alatel's request to heart, and on all of the boards and commissions, we put their mission statement. We extrapolated from code what each board and commission did, and in every single one of those, the Assembly struck out that language and told us not to put it in there. Mr. Constant, I believe, was the one who removed the language, if I'm recalling correctly, Chris. So we want to do what the Assembly wants us to do, and so the reason there's no additional information in there is because we were asked to leave it out. So that's what we did.
And I'll just briefly speak to that. There was the incident that brought that up was because the language in the memorandum didn't match the language in the code, and it became too awkward to try to figure out what language was the right language. And so, but you're right, that the Assembly did make a request to keep the memorandums clear, and there's an item that will be introduced probably at the next meeting that takes that annual report and adds a little bit more information to it to make it so that we're all operating on the same sheet of music. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge members to support this motion to postpone until after the body takes up the budget. And there's a resolution coming to the body concerning building plan review and inspection for seismic safety, and it would be helpful to have those members who were involved with that resolution available for a work session. I want to note that while broad representation is certainly a goal for commissions, technical advisory commissions such as this one don't vary, the science doesn't vary by the district. And while it is important to take into account the wide range of features of the municipality when we're talking about liquefaction, when we're talking about slope stability analyses, when we're looking at that data, it's about professional qualifications and experience. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Yes, thank you. I guess I don't support extending it. I mean, the Geotech Advisory Commission is, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory what they do, and if you, and I think everybody on this board here is, every assembly member here is fairly intelligent enough to figure out what it is that they're working on. So I don't know if delaying it two months benefits them any. It's been my experience that when individuals step down, they still make themselves available and they still participate. Is there a transition? So now we have 3 more highly qualified individuals to assist in those matters. I think it behooves us, and it's the best interest of the Geotech Advisory Commission, that we place those people so they can continue doing their work, fully staffed, and they know who's on there. They know what their future looks like. The individuals that are on there are happy to participate. And if you have a question, the Geotech Advisory Commission advises on geotechnical matters. That's what the Geotech Advisory Commission does. And if you watch if you listen to their audio, and they're very highly intelligent, well-equipped individuals to deal with structural and seismic matters across Anchorage. And I would like to keep them moving right along. Thank you.
Next, thank you. I have Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for my part, I am actually ready to vote on this appointment today. I'm willing to lend my support on postponement, considering the requests of my colleagues. That said, I hope that this isn't something that we do regularly. And, you know, if there is some type of desire to learn more about boards and commissions and to become more familiar with them, I hope we can institute some avenue of doing so that doesn't postpone commissions, some of which have important work in front of them, as Ms. LaFrance described. Hopefully, like I said, I'll support the motion to postpone, but hopefully we can come up with, perhaps working with the administration, some type of board and commission fair or some other idea so that we can inform ourselves of the important work that our various boards and commissions do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Solotel, you were just given what the Geotechnical Commission does, but I got to be truthful and I got to be honest. This is completely out of line for us to postpone this. I absolutely understand the political game that's being played behind the scenes here.
Point of order.
There's been a point of order raised.
Mr. Chair, I believe the member is ascribing motive.
So I will say that at the point in the conversation where the member was speaking, nobody had been named and only an implication was made. So for now, I'm going to say no. Please proceed.
So I don't believe there's any reason to continue to postpone this. I did hear a member state that, you know, they understand the demographics, but we are sitting here today and I feel that the representation of the entire municipality isn't being doled out to a particular district, my district, Eagle River Chukiak, that does carry the weight of 50,000 people. And I would encourage everybody here, because we do know what the Geotechnical Commission does, that we encourage the vote to pass this. We've got great people here, and when we read it, 2 of the individuals have geotechnical sub-degrees, so they are actually experts in this field. And I just want to make sure that if we do this, that there is no reason to postpone till December. It's just ludicrous. I mean, we could put in a 30-minute work session. Ms. Solotel, we could sit there and bring in an expert to explain to you in great detail of what they do if the information that Ms. LaFrance has given you isn't enough information. But I understand the implications of why this is being postponed, and I don't like it. And I'm not going to sit here tonight on the dais and say it, but I think it does need to be pointed out to my community through a town hall of why these fine individuals are being postponed. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know that we would ever held a town hall for appointees, but maybe on the conversation about the work of the Geotechnical Commission. Next in the queue, we're going to have Member Volland.
Thank you. I guess I'm not persuaded that we should postpone. I will ask the administration, if you could kind of maybe walk us through, I know that when we're making confirmations for appointees for commissions and boards, it's different than confirming staff for the municipality, but was there any vetting process for these appointees in terms of their backgrounds?
Through the chair, Mr. Volan, I appreciate the question. Unfortunately, the Deputy Chief of Staff isn't here tonight, so I can't tell you exactly with these specific ones, but generally the process is when somebody applies for a board or commission through the online portal, those resumes are received, and then whether it's the planning board or P&Z or platting, some boards require specific technical expertise, and so those members then that apply, members of the community that apply, their resumes are referenced against any potential criteria that are required. For example, if you have a public safety board and it requires that you're a firefighter or you're a retired firefighter, that's verified with HR or through resumes, but we don't do an exhaustive background check like we would for an employer. We reference them, we do an interview with all the applicants, and that's all done through the mayor's office, through boards and commissions. And right now, the point of contact for all of our boards and commissions is Deputy Chief of Staff Bryce Wilbanks. So he's the one who typically will go through, vet their resumes, and then interview each of the applicants. And additionally, I should also say, for technical boards, for example, planning and zoning, those resumes are also, and those applicants are also shared with the directors of those departments that serve with those boards and commissions, because oftentimes we are such a small community, the directors and the staff of the municipality are very familiar with subject matter experts. So if you need an engineer, for example, it's usually people that are applying to serve in these capacities, technical capacities. They've usually worked with a building department in some capacity.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
You're welcome.
I guess I would just follow up that I think I'm ready to vote and about whether or not we want to confirm these appointees. Thank you.
Member Salt.
That was fast. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I find these appointments always just fascinating. Usually we tend to block them or bifurcate them because we don't like someone on the board, but I'm not hearing that in this case. So it's not based on the individuals being presented. We've certainly heard a lot of explanations on what this advisory commission does, so I think that's been answered as well. So I don't know what lies in here as to why we don't want to approve this tonight. I'd have to believe in the past several years that these appointments have come before this body before, I would assume. So that wouldn't be new either. So I just don't know why we wouldn't just get on with killing the rats and move this forward and get it done versus postpone it till December. It just seems a waste of time. So I'm not persuaded, and I'll vote to not postpone. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Zalato.
Thank you. So I don't have a lot of technical expertise. I'm reading the code as to what the Geotechnical Advisory Commission does. It provides advice on geotechnical engineering issues and natural hazards, risk mitigation. I don't know to what departments and specifically how that integrates within the municipality. We have some considerable decisions to make regarding the port and our utilities coming up. I would like to know more. I might know things with regards to things around the Health Policy Committee and what those advisory commissions do. And I assure you that probably a lot of you don't have that same depth of knowledge. I would not take away your opportunity to go and get a greater understanding in order to evaluate candidates. So I think that what is suggested here, especially in light of, I don't know, recent landslides we've had in town and other things, and avalanches that have greatly affected the municipality, that we should dig into this. Sometimes boards and commissions are rather benign until they become really relevant. I feel like this one is really relevant with the stuff we have coming up before this body, where we have major decisions to make, major investments to make. And I'm not hearing from them. They're not coming and advising us. We're not having departments saying they're going and checking in with this commission. So I would really like to know more about that intersection. And doing so amidst the budget cycle is just not something, frankly, I have capacity for, and I'm the one making the request. So that is why I've asked for the December date. It's not because I think anything particularly about these nominees, but in order to evaluate professional engineering skills and whether they're the right ones at the right time, or if there needs to be some kind of regional representation, I need to know more. Are there specific concerns in Chugiak Eagle River that require regional representation? Does it warrant a code change beyond just the appointments? I don't know the answers to these questions, and without those answers, I am not prepared to vote. Thank you.
I see no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. The motion is to postpone to December 20th, 2022.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 7 to 5, item 10D8, AM 567-200 is postponed to December 20th. We'll now proceed to a dinner break.
You ready?
I pulled it, I'm not going to move it.
Is there a motion? No. Next, we have item 10D11, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 548-2022, Amendment Number 6 to Non-Encumbering Contract 4400000869 with Hattenberg, Dilley, and Linnell Engineering Consultants, LLC, to provide professional engineering services for capital improvement projects for the municipality of Anchorage, Merrill Field Airport. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Ms. Allard. Ms. Zalatel, you pulled this item?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have a new acting director of Merrill Field right now. I'd like to invite him up. I see him to both introduce himself and then also talk a little bit about where this fund source is going to come from. I know this is a non-encumbering contract, but with an increase of just over $800,000, it would be good to know where we're headed. Thank you.
Welcome. If you'd start by stating your name for the record.
Certainly. My name is Rich Sewell, and I'm the acting airport manager at Merrill Field. And I think this is my 4th week at Merrill Field, so I'm still trying to find the light switches. So could you repeat the question?
Sure. So this is an increase here of about $800,000. So I was wondering what the fund source is to pay for the increase and what obligations we have as a municipality for any potential matches.
The $816,000 source is the FAA Airport Improvement Plan money. The match, and typically these development grants have 6.75%, but in this case, the match will be paid by CARES money. The balance of this 1.355 million is CARES money. So all this money is federal money, and it's my understanding it's already been appropriated. And this design money, the $816,000 is to really start to lay the groundwork and the engineering work for the east-west runway repave project that, fingers crossed, will probably happen summer of '24.
Great. Thank you so much. I just have a final comment, if I may. So I urge support of this, and it's good to know that CARES Act money is still being utilized. I think for us, we've kind of moved on from the CARES Act, but I know it's an integral part to the Merrill Field improvements. And then the reason I pulled this, and this is maybe a nature of non-encumbering contracts, but I just want to flag it, is it's a little bit hard to know where we're predicting we're going to fund them from in the future because they don't require a fund certification. So I don't know if that's something we can work with the administration on to somehow illustrate where the funding could come from, even though it's non-encumbering and doesn't require a fund certification, because it answers the questions up front, and then we don't have to pull the items. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Welcome, and I look forward to having an opportunity to sit down and meet you and hear what your priorities are and your experience. And there's a specific project related to the CARES Act funding that the previous director, and even I think, no, I wasn't quite the previous director to that, but had been working on, and that's the Orca Street boundary and improvements to that area because it's fairly deteriorated. And so I, when the opportunity comes, would like to understand what the current plan is, because funds from the CARES Act were intended to support that facade improvement program. So I look forward to that, and I look forward to supporting this. And for future matters, we're trying to drive all of these enterprise and utility projects to the committee in advance, but you're new and welcome.
Okay, I'll get schooled on that.
I also recommend meeting with the Fairview Community Council. It's an extraordinary group of people, and they live right under the flight line.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you. Actually, Ms. Allard is in the queue. Do you have a question as well?
Thank you. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for doing what you're doing for Merrifield and working with this administration and the Assembly. Thank you.
Well, just as a personal note, I left DOT, statewide aviation, on a Friday, and I started at Merrill Field on a Monday. And I could not wait to get over here. It's a great opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 548-2022.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 10D11 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D13, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 551-2022, Change Order 2 to Non-Encumbering Cooperative Contract 4400000703 with She International Corporation to extend the contract for commercially off-the-shelf software and services to the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'd love to briefly speak with Mr. Dahl about the contract. So I was trying to grasp through the documents that we were provided what the systematic increases were and what was not kind of an average annual increase to the contract since it's being reauthorized year after year. And so I was hoping you could just walk us through how the contract is kind of managed. Some of it was Microsoft Suite products, and I saw that the increases were substantial enough that it made me have questions about, you know, why are these numbers changing in this manner? So just a brief for us on the cost and how it's how this is set up would be great.
Okay, my name is Marcus Dahl. I'm the IT director for the Muni. This is a state of Arizona contract, NASPO contract that we're piggybacking on that was recently renegotiated. The state of Alaska uses the same vehicle to purchase most software licenses. This is an extension for an additional 3 years. 2021, there was a grant funding through the White House to improve cybersecurity during the pandemic when we rolled out Office 365 and Teams and the other portfolio. They negotiated a substantial discount up front for each years for our Microsoft contracts, and as the years go on, those discounts decrease where we pay the bulk of. So I have a paper here that outlines those changes. If you would like, I can provide that. But this is essentially our Microsoft contracts with other minor ones.
So do you have an idea of the arc of the increase? Are we going to see another doubling of this contract in 3 years? Right, that's my concern, is like over the last couple of years, it's gone kind of exponential in cost, and now I'm understanding it's somewhat of a reduction of a discount. And so my question really then is, what's the trajectory of this expense beyond that 3 year?
So these are, the increases are approximately 15%, I'm guessing Microsoft increases year over year, but the predominant bump is some cybersecurity add-ons, a la carte add-ons that we added. In 2021, we got a 75% discount, and year over year, that discount reduces down to nothing in 2024. So each year, it progressively gets, in the end year, we'll pay $303,000 for those additional security a la carte components.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Dahl.
Thank you.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 551-2022.
Mr. Rivera, how do you vote?
Yes.
Item 10D13 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D27. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 585-2022, Amendment Number 7 to Contract 2021-002681 with 99+1 to continue providing shelter management at the Aviator Hotel for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Health Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, you pulled this item?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So there are, if I'm counting correctly, including this item, 7 different items on the agenda tonight with homelessness, either homelessness appropriations or other homelessness-related items. So much so that it was very confusing for me and hard to understand how much we're spending, where, on what periods, for what, and where that money is coming from, which is the thing I'm most focused on since it's almost always coming from the alcohol tax. So I sent a series of questions to the administration, and they did get back to me just right before this meeting. So I'm trying to work through it in real time and make sure that we don't slow down approval of these items, but also raise some questions. So I think the main question with this, which I'd like Ms. Christensen to speak to, and she and I already discussed line, is this is actually to pay for services that ended at the end of September, and we had someone raise to us that it might not be appropriate for the Assembly to be essentially retroactively approving an appropriation. So if Ms. Christensen could speak to that, that would be great.
Through the chair, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. So it is legal for the Assembly to approve a contract after the fact. Certainly AMC 715 contemplates that contracts that fall within the parameters have to be approved by the assembly at some point. It is not ideal for the assembly to be approving contracts or appropriating after the fact. The best practice and probably the intent of the code is that the assembly approve these things prior, but I don't think it legally precludes the assembly from approving them after the fact.
Any follow-up, Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
No, just to say thanks to Ms. Christensen. And then, Amy, would you mind, or whoever, just, or Ms. Temboski, just speaking to why we're approving this after the fact so that we can have that on the record? And I think this will apply for 10D27 and probably D28 as well.
Thank you through the chair. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, yes, as I had indicated at the last assembly meeting, I think there was 1 or 2 contracts that I laid on the table and I indicated to the assembly we had probably 3 or 4 more that were coming throughout the pandemic. We had frequent times that we've noticed in the last couple of years that we noticed that the timing didn't always match up with what the contracts that were executed, and the assembly and the operators. I can think of, the Sullivan Arena, I can think of the Aviator, I can think of Solomedics, and I think Securitas was another one that we noticed frequently the operators were operating in good faith and the contracts were getting approved. We weren't keeping up in real time. So that's what we're trying to do now, is we're trying to catch up because they didn't make the last agenda or the previous agenda. So our goal is to realign these to make sure that we're doing it ahead of time and we're not playing catch up, but we still have a few catch up items that we're trying to get in before the assembly just to get it approved appropriately.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Ms. Demboski.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I was just trying to pull the document up. I don't have it in front of me. Is this an item that was paid for? Oh, and thank you to Courtney Peterson, who provided a lot of information on these items. Is this one that was paid for or will be paid for out of alcohol tax? Yes, but using prior approved appropriation of AR 2022-208 S1 is, oh, that's interfund loan, Meg is telling me. Okay, I think I have my questions answered. At some point in these numbers I pulled, I guess I can just do that now, but I'll wait till one that's definitely alcohol tax. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Next is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I remember correctly, there's another document before us today, whether we're going to vote on it or it's set for a public hearing for a future meeting, I don't remember exactly, but it extends usage of the Aviator through the end of the year. Can you describe who is going to be operating the Aviator through the end of the year, and does this document deal with that? Thank you.
Ms. Demboski.
Thank you. I think I'm going to refer to the Health Department. They should be able to help us answer that question for Mr. Rivera.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, this item is 299+1. These were the operator through the end of September. As of October through December, the Aviator has taken over full operations.
Okay, so the other, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera, and before you do, actually, Ms. Johnson, would you state your name for the record, please?
Alexis Johnson, Anchorage Health Department.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So the other document we have before us is encompassing of both leasing out the rooms and operating of the rooms. Is that accurate?
I believe so, through the chair to Mr. Rivera.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, did you have anything further on this item?
No, but I'll just quickly say, I think Alexis can correct, Ms. Johnson can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that what Mr. Rivera is asking about is 10G12 for introduction. So, anyway. I guess maybe I'll just quickly request that next time we have so many homelessness appropriations, I don't have a problem with any of these individually, but it is really hard to keep track of what, it would be great if we had a little chart that said, here are all the items, here are the periods that we need funding for, here's where the money's coming from, because it just makes it so much easier for us to figure out. So just for next time, if you can do that, would be great.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I think that there's a resolution coming up that is connected to the item that Mr. Rivera referenced, so it's a different item, I believe, unless I lost track there. So we'll come to that shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve.
Madam Chair, I don't
Ms.
know what
Allard?
keeps happening, but I keep putting myself in queue, and then when I look back down, somebody kicks me out. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
there's a
haven't
beef.
seen you in the queue until this moment, so we might want to engage IT on any issues you're having at your station.
Thank you.
But go ahead.
I was just wondering if Ms. Domboski could explain, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. We are overwhelmed, obviously, on this addendum. We have a lot on here. Could you just explain a little bit how this came through so many in one addendum?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, we have had a number of items that have been in process in different departments for review. As you know, all appropriation documents have to go through OMB, purchasing, law, and through the controller's office to get funds certified. And with the new CFO that has come in, he's revamped kind of the approval process, and he was able to kind of get a whole bunch of things into my queue. So as I looked at the assembly schedule for the rest of the year, knowing the budget was up ahead of you, I generally don't put this many things on the addendum, but I didn't want to overwhelm you during the budget season. So I figured I would front load it, and if the assembly didn't like it, they would postpone items. But my hope was to help you guys during the budget season so you weren't overwhelmed. But that's how it came to be. I'm hoping we've cleared the backlog that was, within the municipality, but that's how you got so many this time.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 585-2022.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 10D27 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D28, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 586-2022, Amendment Number 5 to Purchase Order 2021-002953 with Beans Cafe Incorporated for continued delivery of meals to the Alex and the Aviator Hotels for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Health Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I don't think I have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Since we have this item before us, I do want to take a quick second to just discuss how meals are being handled at our various emergency shelter locations. So if someone could come up from the health department and just describe at the Aviator how meals will be handled. The Alex,
Point of
once
order.
it is open up as, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel. What rule do you believe has been broken?
I believe we have an item that actually directly takes us up in Delta 29, and this is, the item before us is for past services that have ended. I would rather have the discussion during items that deal with moving forward instead of an item that concludes and also used a specialized fund source using the interfund loan versus the alcohol tax, which is projected forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Are you requesting we do not take up this item now? No. What is the request?
I'm requesting that Mr. Rivera's question be held until Delta 29 because it
Got it.
seems germane to that or other items moving forward, because this item before us is to take us current through September 30, 2022.
Understood. Concur. Mr. Rivera, if you would hold your question for the next item. 10.
I would be fine. Sure, fine. I can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard?
We're doing an IT test.
Okay, I'm going to take you out of the queue. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 586-2022.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 10D28 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D29, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 587-2022, sole source contract with Alaska Hotel Group doing business as Aviator Hotel for non-congregate sheltering services for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Health Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. If you drill down into the AM, it's missing a little bit of information that's now available. And so I move Constant Amendment 1, which amends AM 587-2022, page 1, beginning of line 33, subject to passage of AR 2022-319 instead of the XXX. So remove the XXX.
Second.
Purpose of this is to clarify which item it relates to.
Mr. Constant has moved Constant Amendment Number 1. It has been seconded by Ms. Zelatel.
And it's worth noting that that item later on the agenda is the one, I believe, that was being referred to, which is 10G. Hold on. 10G12.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I will go through the queue. Mr. Rivera, on the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything on the amendment. I'd like to be left in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zelatel on the amendment?
No, just would like to remain in the queue.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Ms. Allard on the amendment?
No, just leave me in the queue, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Quinn Davidson on the amendment? I'll leave you all in the queue. Seeing no other members in the queue on the amendment, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Constant Amendment Number 1. Ms. Allard, you appear to have dropped from the queue. Did you remove yourself? Okay. Okay, so you are no longer in the queue for the main motion.
Mr. Rivera on the amendment?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. I will go back through the queue on the main motion as amended. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to go ahead and try again the question that I was going to ask earlier, which is surrounding food. I want to take a little bit more of a holistic approach to the question, not just dealing with the Aviator. But so if someone from the health department could just come up to speak to how food is being handled at the Aviator, at the Sullivan, and then at the Alex, once the Alex is open, if you could just speak holistically to that, and specifically, if you could address, aside from the holistic element, how many meals per day we are talking about at these locations. Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, right now at the Sullivan Arena, there is 2 meals, breakfast and dinner, and they're also providing a sack lunch. I'm communicating right now with one of my team members to see what we're doing at the Aviator. I believe right now there's 1 meal added to the Aviator per day, and that was at the recommendation of the provider there. And then at the Alex Hotel, if and when it comes online after today's vote, I believe the discussion is for 2 hot meals and a sack lunch at the Alex as well.
And Ms. Johnson, if you would...
Alexis Johnson, Anchorage Health Department.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, any follow-up?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up comment on that. As I understand it, the industry and the human standard is 3 meals a day. So I am glad to hear that we're at least doing 2 meals a day at some locations. A little concerning to hear that we're doing 1 meal a day, particularly at some locations where there aren't, as I understand it, kitchenettes in the rooms. It's just a microwave. So that is concerning. So I will just leave it at that and hope that we can maybe find a way to get ourselves to at least 2 meals a day, if not 3 meals a day. But happy to hear from my colleagues before I jump back in the queue on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next in the queue is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of questions as well regarding this item. So I notice it's all to the hotel group, but previously the use at the Aviator actually was a multiple set of appropriations and contracts to a service provider as well as a food provider. So I'd like clarification, especially since Ms. Johnson just said it was 1 meal per day by the provider. Is she referring to that was a choice made by the Aviator Hotel or some other entity? And is the Aviator then engaging in some kind of subcontracts or grants for on-site services like supervision and monitoring? And then the second set of questions I have are around the term of this contract. It's supposed to start on October 1, but this feels contrary to what we heard at the Health Policy Committee, which is the alcohol taxes reimbursement only. So how does this pay, and only upon grant execution, so how does this grant and contract execution, so how can we pay this retroactively when it's alcohol tax? Like, that was the big complaint we were hearing from others in the community, is that you had to wait until you had a fully executed agreement and grant in order to get payment. But this service has already started on October 1st, and I am sure that this vendor would like to be paid. So I would like answers to those questions, please.
Through the chair to Ms. Zalatel, I might have you, sorry, I jumped over here. So the Aviator, when we had gone to talk to them, that there was a lot of waste as far as food was going. A lot of the clientele at the Aviator are on SNAP benefits and food stamps. And so the recommendation was that we tailor down from 3 meals to 1 because they were throwing away a lot of food. If the need arises for us to increase food at the Aviator, we are open to doing that. The second question, I believe, was, are they subcontracting? Yes, our only contract that we have is with the Aviator Group, and they are doing food, peer support, sorry, I'm mind blanking right now, additional services. Everything is being run through the Aviator, no additional contracts aside from them. And as far as your last question, I can dig in deeper for that. If you just give me about 10 minutes, I can email it to everyone. I just got to follow up.
May I follow up? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I think that's helpful. I am really surprised that we're basically doing a sole source contract with a location and then allowing them to do subcontracts for both meals and the provider at this a level of spend, because this is a $1.6 million contract with a total contract not to exceed if extended to $2.7 million. That's not usually how we've done it. We've broken it up into various ways. I understand this is a quick turnaround, but at some point, and maybe this is something the committee can take up with Mr. Rivera, is what is the oversight then by the health department for these additional contractors by the hotel? Because otherwise, we usually have, the ability to have those contractors come before us and talk with us about, the food service and what is or isn't working, or, a provider who's providing the services who is or isn't being allowed in, or whatever is happening. And I feel like we're a little hamstrung here, having the owner of the Aviator Hotel come in. I have the feeling that person won't know the answers to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first question is, I understand that this is why this is all so confusing, 10D29 is the contract for the vendor, but that is pending appropriation of 10G12, which was just introduced at this meeting, and theoretically, will we see it at the next meeting? I'm guessing so. So maybe this is for Dean or for Blair, and maybe we do this all the time and I'm just not noticing it. It seems a little out of order to me to not even have the money secured yet, but to have the vendor contract approved. Can someone speak to that?
Thank you for your patience. Well, you approve the contract, but it still needs to be executed before executing the contract. You need fund certification, and that would happen on the administration side. So our 10G12, with the appropriation for the funds for this contract, although you approve the contract now, the appropriation needs to take place, right, with finance, and then when the funds are there, the actual contract can be executed. And so I hope that makes some sense.
Yeah, may I go ahead, Madam Chair? Yeah, that makes sense to me. So there's no problem with doing it. It's a little sort of from a common sense perspective, a little out of order, but there's no problem with us doing that. Okay. And then I think this is probably the right time to speak to my concerns generally, since this is alcohol tax money. If you look in 10G12, that $1.6 million is coming out of alcohol tax fund balance, which is the 2021 leftover money. And, there are several attempts, so sorry, colleagues, but I just have to say this again and again. There were several attempts to bring forward an alcohol tax, and they failed. And the reason that this alcohol tax that we now have passed is because some folks, not the Muni, did some polling to see what people really cared about and what residents wanted to pay a tax on alcohol to fund. It was not homelessness. What it was prevention work, early education for kids, money put toward child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault prevention. That was, as a result, added in to the ballot measure that Forrest and Felix and I put forward, and then our colleagues voted for, or at least a majority of them at the time, and then that residents, even during the pandemic, voted for because it was so important. And we knew that that was the top item, and it made it pass because that was the difference that we had made in that version. And so at the time, we talked about roughly a third between public safety, homelessness, and prevention. We are far from that. We are spending way too much money on homelessness out of the alcohol tax. And my fear is that while it's completely valid and, emergency situations, like these are valid expenditures, the problem is we're using a tax that the public believed would be more for prevention work. And that is a real problem. And it becomes really difficult to even track these funds when we just have these items put on the agenda, $1.6 million here and there. And this isn't to blame these, this could happen in any administration, right? It's just money after money after money approved, and you start losing track of how much we've spent. So Ms. Peterson, OMB director, and Desiree as well on our staff gave me a list, and we, just so the public knows, we had $8.7 million left over in the 2021 balance. We only collected like 12 million or something in 2021 from the alcohol tax. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's 13, but it was around 12, I think. And it makes sense because we were just getting the alcohol tax going, right? But that means we had like over 2/3 of the money left over that we never even spent in 2021. So we had $8.7 million. If we approve these items tonight and the one that's being introduced, we will have $1 million left in that extra pool from 2021. All of the money, $7.7 million, will have been spent on homelessness items. None of that money is being spent on prevention. That is not what the public intended, and it's not what I intended putting that forward. So I feel like I'm a broken record. I just keep saying this over and over again, and then, next meeting, here's an appropriation from the alcohol tax again. And I don't know where to go from here because I don't want to vote against these items that are important. But it is, I believe that all of this is not true to the public's wishes and to why they voted for the alcohol tax. So, we can use up this fund balance, but moving forward, if we don't get more focused on prevention, I'm going to have to start voting no on all of these items. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Next is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question to the administration, then a couple comments. So first is there enough flexibility in the contract appropriation to go from 1 to 2 meals if the operator deems it appropriate?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, if you give me about 2 minutes, I can give you the answer to that.
Okay. I'll go ahead and go into my other comments then, Madam Chair, and then hopefully we'll hear from Ms. Johnson. So my 2 comments. First is I definitely want to make sure we have the operators of all of the various emergency shelter opportunities we have as part of our emergency shelter plan before the Assembly's Committee on Housing and Homelessness next week, because that's one of the items on our agenda is to get a sense of how the ongoing emergency shelter operations are going and the implementation of the plan is going. So if I can get any assistance from the administration in bringing in representatives from the various operators, that would be helpful for next week's meeting. And then the second comment, sort of going off of what Ms. Quinn-Davidson stated, and I think you'll possibly hear this a little bit in some of the later items that we deliberate. But I can totally understand where Ms. Quinn-Davidson is coming from. Unfortunately, we've been in an emergency mode here that has just been never ending. And it's been more acute than normal for a variety of reasons, which I'm not going to go to right now. But, I truly hope that with enough planning, with enough vision, with enough realization that the true prevention when it comes to homelessness is housing, that we won't be in this position again next year. So I certainly appreciate that we are seeing so many of these items come before us. And yes, many of them go to the low-hanging fruit for appropriation, which is funding rather, which is the alcohol tax. And I think it is unfortunate that the alcohol tax has become that go-to slush fund to fund everything regarding homelessness. But again, I'm really hopeful that come next year, we're not going to be in this position, that we won't find ourselves in a constant emergency mode, that the Assembly will have led in this in spite of everything else. And so that is sort of a hope that I'm putting out into the world, that I have been and will continue to actively try to realize, and I hope that my colleagues will support me in those endeavors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, and I'll go back to Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, I'm awaiting an answer on if we have additional funds for food. I believe at this time we do not, but depending on the timing of the drawdown of the Aviator, I believe we could possibly amend it to add additional food.
Any follow-up, Mr. Rivera?
Not at this point, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Mr. Cross.
Yes, I 100% agree with Austin Quinn Davidson. And to speak to the point, I understand that right now you're looking at the homeless situation as emergency. So for whatever reason, we haven't given our abused and neglected women and children the same urgency. They constantly live in a state of emergency. Constantly. And those funds were intended for that, but somehow, like a giant avalanche, the homeless situation, we just keep putting money on it to where it almost just becomes a knee-jerk response. And I've been looking for a reason to quit funding these and start putting that money where it deserves. Because I will tell you, our OCS and our children's services are sadly, sadly underserved. The amount of children that have been thrown into the foster system through COVID when houses weren't taking them in, you have no idea unless you've researched it. There are thousands of children that are dying and needing help and dying. I mean, and yet here we are funding more hotels for people that have so much food, they literally, what she just said, throwing it away. Throwing it away. We spent so much money, we had to reduce it. And it breaks my heart to children who are constantly living in a state of emergency. I would love to see some of these alcohol taxes that would tend for them go that direction. So based on that, I may just vote against this until we start seeing some money actually going where it deserves to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Volin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I also wanted to respond to Member Quinn Davidson's comments and also Member Rivera's comments. I, too, hope that we are not in this position where we are scrambling to fund emergency shelter next winter. I will say that I think a path to getting there is to make investments in housing. I think that stable housing drives positive health outcomes in a way that congregate shelter, which can be an environment of chaos rather than order, is less effective at doing so. I also will point out that a lot of these issues are interrelated. Homelessness, lack of stable housing, substance misuse, mental health issues, domestic violence. And so we have to look at these things holistically. I do think, and I'm excited about, this is part of the work that Member Zolotel and myself are committed to doing through the Health Policy Committee. And so since we have joined forces as co-chairs, we've had 3 meetings. One was to sort of talk about what the grant process is like for various providers throughout the municipality who may be eligible for alcohol tax funding. We learned that there's some room for improvement. Our second meeting was centered, actually, I'm sorry, we've had 2 meetings, but we have one coming up. Our second one was on substance misuse, and Member Zolotel gave the report on that, and we learned about some really interesting opportunities that we could put alcohol tax funds toward. Our next one will be centered around mental health and what we can do there, and then also I would put it out to Member Zolotel that we should probably have a meeting then on domestic violence and abuse prevention as kind of that last bucket. So I would encourage all members, 9:15 a.m. It's an early one, but please attend the Health Policy Committee meetings, and let's find a path. Let's I think try to move forward beyond some of this controversy and politics and see what can we do to help our community, and there's various ways we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volin. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I wanted to ask a few questions following up on Ms. Quinn Davidson's comments. So these funds and the proposed funds moving out of G12 are all FY21 alcohol tax fund balance. But how have we spent the homelessness-related 2022 alcohol funds? I think there's approximately $3.6 million in current alcohol tax around sheltering, day engagement centers and treatment, $30,000 for $360,000 for sheltering up to 150, and $730,000 in the AHD operating budget for shelter. So how have we leveraged those funds versus the fund balance for 21, which could be opened up to a lot of other items?
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, I'm just reading the document that OMB had sent over in regards to the 2021 fund balance and then how the breakdown goes for 2022. It looks like there's 3.7 as a balance after all the approved actions, and then it says actions pending agenda items. You have AO 2022-93, which takes 1.102 million, and then AR 2022-319, which takes 1.6 million. If both these items are approved, the fund balance remaining would be $1,001,754. If you'd like an additional.
No, I get that. Thank you. That's from 21 fund balance. What I'm trying to get at is how have we spent the 22 alcohol tax as was directed and dedicated to homelessness? Because I haven't seen that in this equation. And so I'm curious if we've spent it. And maybe it's something we have to follow up on, but I think that we need to kind of get an understanding of that because fund balance on the alcohol tax is subject to reappropriation, meaning we could be reappropriating it to domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse prevention, adding to early childhood grants, all of those things. Because I suspect when we move into 2023, we will have a decent 2022 fund balance for the alcohol tax. And it feels a little bit like we're stuck on a hamster wheel and I'm trying to get us off. So maybe you and I and even maybe Ms. Quinn Davidson can work on that and get a handle on what's fund balance and what's in the current appropriations. Thanks.
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, I'd be willing to do that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Allard, I just want to check to make sure that your queue is working properly. Okay, I do not have you in the queue. Ms. Johnson, did you have anything to add regarding Mr. Rivera's earlier question?
Through the chair, not at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 587-2022 as amended.
Mr. Rivera, how do you vote?
Yes.
Item 10D29 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D34, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 602-2022, sole source contract with AK Happy Time LLC DBA Alex Hotel and Suites to lease 50 units at the Alex Hotel and Suites for non-congregate emergency sheltering, Anchorage Health Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to change the order of the day to take this item up before item 11B, which is the companion item.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Rivera to change the order of the day to take this item up. Was that after item 11B?
Before.
Before item 11B. It has been seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. The two items are companion items, so I believe they should be deliberated simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day to take up this item, 10D34, before 11B.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The motion to change the order of the day is approved 12-0. Item 10D34 will be back before the body before item 11B. We now have before us item 10F1. Information Memorandum Number AIM 177-2022, Assembly Notification of Board and Commission Members. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
A motion to accept has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Volan. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So we had clerk staff email the Deputy Chief of Staff today because there were a number of issues with the report, specifically that we had members of the public that we know are no longer on our boards and commissions and haven't been for quite some time. And so we had offered to the Deputy Chief that they could submit to us a new version with the updated information. Things like Mr. Trainee is still on a couple of our boards and commissions, and he hasn't lived in the Muni for over a year. And so really we look to the administration, should we postpone indefinitely this one and have it reintroduced, updated, or should we just postpone this item for a substitute version?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, it's your preference. The Deputy Chief of Staff is on vacation for 2 weeks, so.
Yeah, that's fine. So
whichever your preference.
Let's just start over, and we'll have a chance to meet with them, and it'll bring us a conversation about this kind of update to the report that we're talking about adding to the code. So thank you. Then I would make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Second. A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone item 10F1 indefinitely, and it's been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion on the motion? We are just waiting for the system to catch up. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 10F1 indefinitely.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Allard?
My screen isn't popping up with the vote, so yes. I didn't hear everything, and I know we're in the middle of voting, but yeah, I'll just go ahead and vote yes.
The motion to postpone AAM 177-2022 indefinitely is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10F6, Information Memorandum Number AIM 182-2022, Annual Exemption Report on Affordable and Workforce Housing and Tax Incentives for Housing. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
A motion to accept has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I think that probably to Mr. Trombley, the document that's associated with the AIM that has the list of properties that are exempted, it lists out a number of units, and then you can kind of walk across the crosswalk and get to the value of the exemption. And something doesn't seem accurate here because you have a number of projects that have, as you would expect, multiple units for a reasonably substantial value of exemption, but then you have one unit for the phase one of the Peterson group. And so I was just trying to grasp, is that for the entire building of all of the units associated as one, or how is that effective in this report?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, would you be okay if I provided an answer later on so I had a chance to talk with Mr. Bowman, who understands how these are applied?
Yeah, and I'm sorry to spring this question on you. I would have cornered you earlier with it, but yeah, I'm trying to grasp, because one unit wouldn't get a $500,000 tax exemption, and so.
That would be a reasonable assessment.
Yeah, thank you.
If it's not, I'd like to know that deal.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Trombley. We will go ahead and come back to this item and take up the last two items on the consent agenda, which are ordinances for introduction. So these will not be discussed or debated at this time. Sorry. The first item for introduction is 10G13, ordinance number AO 2022-94, an ordinance approving the proposed plant replacement improvement surcharge mechanism by the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for submission to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. Public hearing set for October 25th, 2022. Mr. Cross, you pulled this item?
Well, I guess we can just wait till it comes up. I just had some questions regarding the rate increase.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cross. We just need a motion to introduce in a second and a third. And I believe actually this item is one that's going to be discussed at the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee meeting.
Right, I'll withhold my questions, and I'll just show up at the utility.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Third.
Move to introduce by Ms. Quinn Davidson, a second by Ms. Zalatel, and a third by Mr. Constant. The next item is 10G14, ordinance number AO 2022-95, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2.70, vacancies in elective office, to provide a timeline for a special election to fill a vacancy in the office of the mayor and provide that the mayor-elect takes office 30 days after certification of the election, and to clarify the separate processes for filling a vacancy in an assembly seat, and amending AMC Section 3.20.030 to conform. Public hearing to be set for October 25th, 2022. Mr. Constant, you pull this item?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Gates has been working with myself, Mr. Cross, and someone else, maybe Ms. LaFrance, to pull the content of the proposed ordinance into a substitute version for an item we have on the agenda later. Mr. Gates has asked that we hold that item one more meeting so he can make sure his read is really clear on the question that's in it. And so this item, if that happens, can be reintroduced at the next meeting. And if the amended or the S version that I'm proposing with Mr. Cross is passed, then this item is moot. And so we wouldn't pass it. And so it's just kind of going to go away right now.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So we'll circle back to item 10F6. Mr. Constant, is that your request?
You guys have an answer?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, I was able to determine it from the sheet. If you look at the very bottom of that sheet, you'll see that there's two asterisks, and at the bottom it says the applicant met the 4 or more unit requirement based on the common ownership of one master parcel. So if you read that, that would be they created 4 or more units on one parcel. Now, I don't know why Cook Inlet Housing Authority, for example, shows 36 units. It's probably, it has nothing to do with the type of exemption, but and it also shows that the Peterson Group is in a phase, so they're doing phases, and maybe they just did 4 or more on one master parcel. How many they've done on that, I don't know. I can find out for you.
Yeah, so
But it's 4 or more.
yeah, really what's going on there, it's the whole building that is being demonstrated for the exemption, and then each subunit will be sold later as part of the process. So ultimately, that number gets divided by the number of units. I think that's, if that's your read, that's kind of my read, but I want to make sure we were talking the same language. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 182-2022.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 10F6 is approved 12-0. That concludes the consent agenda. We will now move on to unfinished business. We now have before us item 11A, Information Memorandum Number AIM 160-2022, 1000 East 36th Avenue, condemnation. Action was postponed from the meeting of September 13, 2022. There is no motion pending. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Move to postpone to the meeting of November 9th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatel to postpone item 11A to the meeting of November 9th. It has been seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So I'm going to take the credit for the mess up on this one. I thought I had asked the policy committee to take it up in September, but I said October. So the policy committee meets, I believe, October 20th. So we will be discussing this one in earnest. After that discussion, I have asked for there to be space for a potential work session in case you all don't want to come to the AMATS meeting or listen to our riveting recording, and then it would provide a forum for members to also follow up and answer questions. So this should give us the space to do that. My apologies on the error.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AIM 160-2022 to the meeting of November 9.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
My thing's not showing up, but I can do it verbally.
How do you vote, Ms. Allard?
No.
The motion to postpone item 11A to the meeting of November 9 is approved 11-1. We now have before us item 11B. Actually, we are going back to, what is that? Before, I have it right here. Before we take up item 11B, per the motion to change the order of the day, we will go back to item 10D34.
So I'm going to, there's 2 must-pass items left on the agenda, and I'm going to move to change the order of the day to take up the 2 must-pass items because I just want to make sure we get them done and don't forget about them. And so I'm going to move to change the order of the day to next take up item 14E, then take up item 15A, then go back to 10D34.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to change the order of the day to take up item 14E and 15A now. It has been seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
There was one last must-pass item, item 14A. So I'd add that before 10D34.
So, Mr. Constant, to clarify, you are proposing to change the order of the day to take up now item 14A, 14E, and 15A?
Yes.
Does the second agree? The second, Ms. Zelatel, agrees. Anything for 14A, 14E, and then 15A? Anything further on the motion, Mr. Constant? Seeing no members in the queue, actually, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day to take up 14A, 14E, and 15A. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed. We will take up item 14A next. This is a new public hearing item. If you are here to testify on this item, please state your name for the record, or for items in this category, I ask that you state your name for the record, the area of the municipality in which you live, and direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. And please stay on topic. I may interrupt you if you do not follow these rules for testimony. Item 14A, ordinance number AO 2022-65, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to reauthorize certain boards and commissions by amending the sunset provisions in Anchorage Municipal Code sections 4.40.125, 4.40.150, 4.60.150, 4.60.210, and 4.60.260. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live, and if you would turn on the microphone, please.
My name is Sarah Short, and I am in the International and Arctic area. Mr. Perez-Verdilla is my alleged representative. I'd like to speak to the housing, that. I disagree with just putting these people in housing. You guys have heard me speak before.
Hold on, ma'am.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant. What is your point of order?
Thank you. So this public hearing is on an ordinance that extends the sunset date of certain boards and commissions. And so we aren't on any public hearing related to a homelessness item. So I don't know if you're trying to testify to the boards and commissions, but that's the item that we're on.
My apologies. I take constructive criticism well.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-65.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Solt, how do you vote?
Item 14A is approved 12-0. We will now take up item 14E. Resolution number AR 2022-279, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,498,121 of Convention Center Capital Reserve Fund, fund balance within the Convention Center Capital Reserve Fund as a transfer and appropriating said transfer to the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund for capital improvements at the William A. Egan and Denina Civic and Convention Centers, all within the Office of the Municipal Manager. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Volin. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. If you look in your packet, have a small amendment there. It's Constant Amendment 1, and it amends on the AM, page 2, beginning at line 5. It inserts Denina Center Public Art Sculpture Lighting Repairs, which is slight different language than what's on the printed amendment there. And to the administration, if we can't get it done, that's fine, but somebody really needs to look at this. Oh, I need a second.
Yep.
Sorry.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
So we have this extraordinary sculpture, which is all of those animals hanging down from the lines in the Denina Center. And if you stand underneath it, there's a ring of lights, and they're part of the sculpture. But for 3 administrations of this municipality, we've let one after another of those lights burn out. And they're really hard to change because they're like 60 feet in the air. And I just want to add this language so folks in the department and at the group that funds through the taxes this project knows that it's a priority to repair the lighting of that sculpture, because the lighting is in fact part of the sculpture, not simply illuminating walls or the building. So I'd ask members to support the amendment. And believe me, this is not a problem of this administration. This is a problem long languishing.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel on the amendment? Okay, I'll keep you in for the main motion. Seeing no other members in the queue on the amendment, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Constant Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Constant Amendment Number 1 is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed a lot of lighting upgrades, particularly around the Denina Center, and I'm hoping that we're looking for energy savings and energy efficiency as we make these upgrades. I think that's really important because we pay for the operational cost over time, and the lifespan of new technology, which actually saves energy, should hopefully defray some of these costs and have a longer life cycle. So I just wanted to share that thought because it's not mentioned in here how we possibly considered energy efficiency and ways to use technology to expand life cycle costs, but I think it's something we should be considering with all of our municipal buildings and anything where we do have ongoing maintenance and operations considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-279 as amended.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 14E is approved 12-0. We will now take up item 15A. This is a quasi-judicial item. It involves an application for a liquor license The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative rule because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, accept in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. We now have before us resolution number AR 2022-307, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 6078 and restaurant designation permit for Kami LLC DBA Kami Ramen located at 3807 Spinard Road, Anchorage, Alaska 99517, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome.
My name is Matt Duncan. I'm with the Spinard. Live in the Spinard Community Council.
If you could hold on one moment, sir. I've paused your time just so we can... Okay, appears the distraction has stopped. I will restart your time.
Okay.
Welcome.
Yeah, I live inside the Spinard Community Council. I live 6 blocks from Kami Ramen. They're a fantastic restaurant, and their request to have a liquor license should definitely be approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, second Ms. Quinn Davidson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-307.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 15A is approved 12-0. We will now go back in our agenda to item 10D34. So we are on item 10D34, and there is no motion on the floor. Ms. Zelatel?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick amendment. It's being passed out now. It's to add at line 32 the same language we added to the other one, subject to passage of AR 2022-319. If anyone would second that amendment.
Second.
Second.
Okay. I'm sorry, who was the second? Mr. Peterson? Or Ms. Zelatel's amendment has been seconded by Mr. Peterson. Go ahead, Ms. Zelatel. Anything further?
Just so that it's clear, the item that this is subject to passage to have the funds for the appropriation and the fund certification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zelatel Amendment 1.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 11-1. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration has requested an amendment to update the memorandum regarding the number of rooms. Before I make such an amendment, I would ask them to speak to it, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, yes, the request is to update from 50 rooms to 55 rooms, as there's 55 rooms at the Alex Hotel.
Thank you. And just because I know this will be brought up, does that change any of the numbers, or do the numbers in the two items we're deliberating stay the same? And that's to the Health Department.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, the numbers in the items stay the same.
Okay, thank you. So based on that request and information from the administration, I will go ahead and move to amend, I believe it's just in line 9 of this item, to update from 50 to 55 units.
Second.
An amendment has been made by Mr. Rivera. And would you restate the amendment, Mr. Rivera? It's been seconded by Mr. Peterson, but if you would restate it, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is to amend line 9 from to lease 50 units at the Alex Hotel to lease 55 units at the Alex Hotel.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Would you like to speak further to the amendment?
I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Madam Chair. I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Dabowski?
I just spoke with legal counsel, and the number 50 is also in the title, so it was a recommendation that that number be changed as well.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm fine with adding that as part of my amendment. So it would be line 4 to change suites to lease 50 units at the Alex Hotel to suites to lease 55 units at the Alex Hotel on top of the change to line 9. Thanks for that catch.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
I'm okay with that.
And the second agrees. So the amendment before us proposes changing line 4 from 50 to 55, and then line 9 from 50 to 55. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Dunbar, are you in for the main motion? Ms. Zelatel, main motion? Seeing no members in the queue for the amendment, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment is approved, 12-0. I will go through the queue on the main motion as amended. Next is Mr. Dunbar, then Ms. Zelatel, and then Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to note here for the record something that I said at our last emergency meeting or special meeting when these items were introduced. So in this chamber, we went through a very detailed process led by Mr. Rivera, where we developed an emergency cold weather plan for this winter. It did not involve the Alex Hotel. It involved the Sullivan, the Golden Lion, Brother Francis, Covenant House, and I believe Beans Cafe. Thank you. Following that, the administration raised a number of legal concerns that I hope we will resolve tonight. I did not agree with some of them, but regardless. But I said when these were introduced, this Alex Hotel provision and the provision to increase the number of folks or the number of available slots at the Sullivan, that I didn't want to this temporary emergency solution that Mr. Rivera developed over a weekend because of the administration's legal objections. I don't want to see this become the permanent cold weather shelter plan. I am willing to vote for this tonight because of the work Mr. Rivera has done and because I hope that we take concrete steps forward tonight on the other items. But again, I suspect that if we pass this tonight, that this will become the permanent plan for this winter, and the administration will continue to refuse to turn on the Golden Lion. That is a much more appropriate and less expensive option than some of the things we are doing now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got in the queue to ask a few questions, but I want to respond a little bit to what Mr. Dunbar said. I have to agree because the cheaper solution here is to invest in housing that will solve homelessness, and also leverage federal emergency rental assistance funds that the municipality has. To leave that money on the table for services that aren't eligible for it seems like a big miss, particularly given the concerns we've heard about the alcohol tax here tonight. So I think there's a way forward to balance all of the interests and actually move people into a solution instead of a temporary sheltering situation. My questions, though, for Ms. Johnson are, this item looks a little bit different than the one with regard to the aviator. I am uncertain, I guess, based on what we learned about the aviator one, that this is just for the rooms, and then there will be a second item for the operator and the meals, so this is not the all-in cost for this location, is that correct?
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, this is just for the leasing of the rooms.
Okay, thank you. And may I follow up, Madam Chair? This one says through the date of contract execution through December 31, 2022. Is it intended to execute a contract prior to taking up 2022-319, the funding item that was introduced tonight? Or will this need to wait until that funding item is passed for the contract to be executed?
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, I can get that answer for you in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you. And the reason for the question is, or the questions is, the more consistent we can make appropriation around these types of items, if we have a way in which we do it, I think it provides predictability and continuity for the public to be able to track what's happening at each location, and then also for providers to understand what route to turning on the service they're being contracted for is, whether or not that will include services prior to the execution of a contract or awaiting a funding opportunity. Because I think there's a lot of confusion, particularly with the alcohol tax, about how you get from step A, which is an appropriation, to step B, which is a contract, to a signed agreement to getting paid. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So my question is more just on the numbers here. Between this item and 11B, we flip the numbers. One of them is 391.5, deleting 711, and the other one is, I think, the opposite. It's 711, deleting 391. I'm just curious why those numbers flipped.
Through the chair to Mr. Constant, Assemblymember Rivera had put forward 2 documents at the Monday emergency meeting, and after talking with him, we had determined that those numbers were actually flipped, and so we put forward an A version just to correct it and make so the appropriation match the use.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and I just want to note that was actually a special meeting and not an emergency meeting. Next is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. I should have done this earlier, actually. I'm going to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up this item and the following item, 11B, after 14 Delta.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would you repeat the motion, Mr. Dunbar?
The motion was to take up this item and 11 Bravo, the next item, after 14 Delta, which is the Golden Lion item.
Who was the second on that?
Austin.
The amendment, or the motion was seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar, on the motion.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat too much of what I said in my initial comments, but I am worried about this becoming our only option during this winter. when we have a more affordable option in the Golden Lion. And if we are able to pass 14 Delta, of course, it doesn't guarantee that the administration will actually turn it on and move forward, but it resolves a number of the issues and opens housing as opposed to shelter, and will make me much more comfortable voting on this item if we can take them up in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rivera, I believe you were in the queue on the main motion. Did you want to speak to this motion to change the order of the day?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I don't want to.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 10D34 and 11B after 14D.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The motion to change the order of the day is approved 12-0. And we are just catching up the system. We now have before us item 11C, ordinance number AO 2022-72, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 3.70.110 to modify the assembly approval process of an arbitrator's decision in collective bargaining for service class A2 and A3 employees for purposes of impasse resolution. Public hearing for this item was closed August 23rd, 2022. Action was postponed from August 23rd, 2022 and September 27, 2022. Mr. Constant moved to approve. It was seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Amendment 1 has been moved, and it was seconded by Mr. Voland. A motion to amend is on the floor.
Yeah, I have an amendment. The item is, okay, so I'd move constant amendment 1.
Second.
Oh, is it on the? There's 2 in the packet. One of them is for the, when it was item 11A, you can throw that out.
We are just confirming which amendment was on the floor.
No, it's, if I might, Madam Chair, it's the same amendment.
Go ahead.
It's just renumbered for the item where it falls on the agenda, so it's the same. Nothing has changed.
So then again, the amendment was moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Volan. And Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I just would offer that through many convolutions and conversations, we've come to the fact that the best solution is to make it a majority vote of the Assembly, make the approval of the arbitrators agreement. So that's the effect. And through the conversation, we realized that probably after the budget, but before like late January, we're going to be in discussions, kind of an educational process to us on the nature of these agreements and how they are promulgated and whose role is what, and what points in the process the Assembly has a role, and in fact, the definition of the term general guidance. And so with all of that said, I would urge your support of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Acting Municipal Attorney Blair Christensen for her work with Mr. Constant and I. We kind of went at this every which way. I think there's a really important piece that I learned in considering this amendment and this ordinance, which is that an arbitrator's decision, if we accept it, we're also accepting the collective bargaining agreement that goes with it. The arbitrator's decision only takes up the issue that couldn't be resolved at the bargaining table. So it's not just the standalone decision, it's the decision in the context of the collective bargaining agreement. And I think that's really important to note, because we regularly approve collective bargaining agreements. This is just one with basically like an appendix with an additional issue. So I really appreciate that we kind of went into the basics. We were reminded of the process, and I think this leaves us in a good position. And again, want to thank Ms. Christensen for her work on this and her collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Yes, I think the constant amendment solves my biggest heartburns with 22-72. And so I would support it. In fact, if it was written this way to begin with, I might have co-sponsored it. So I think this is well thought out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on constant amendment.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-72 as amended.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 11C is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 11D, ordinance number AO 2022-84, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code subsection 23.10.105 to restore previous language regarding exceptions to the requirements for contractor licensing. Public hearing was closed September 27, 2022. Action was postponed from September 27, 2022. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item one more meeting to October 25th.
Is there a second on the motion to postpone? Seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just have some labor challenges in getting all of the pieces together to make sure that any final amendments on this item are accurate and don't do anything unintended. We did hear from the chief of staff that there is a standing order that no permits should be issued under this section of the code at this time, so there's no harm if we wait just a little bit longer and we can make sure we get the action right the first time. I guess the second time, but yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-84 to the meeting of October 25.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 11D to the meeting of October 25 is approved 12-0. We will now move on to continued public hearings. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2022-77, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter regarding filling vacancies on the Assembly and in the office of and to exclude the costs for special elections from these offices from the tax increase limitation. Before I reopen or continue the public hearing, Mr. Cross?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to continue to the meeting of, continue public testimony to the meeting of October 25th.
Second.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Cross to continue the public hearing to the meeting of October 25, and it has been seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Cross, on the motion.
Yeah, we're really close to ironing out some final minor changes to the S version. And since this is a proposed ballot proposition for a change in the charter, I think it's really important that our verbiage is finalized on the S version so that the public has a chance to look at it before they give testimony. Because right now they'd be giving testimony on something we know isn't completed. We know there's some final changes, and I want to make sure that their testimony is on something that we have a final draft of for the most part. And the second thing is there's not a rush on this. We have lots of time. And so just to open up public testimony and then have to do a bunch of amendments to it at this point is, considering we've got a long night ahead of us, I think we can move it off. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue the public hearing for AO 2022-77 to the meeting of October 25th.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of October 25th for item 13A is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 14B, resolution number AR 2022-291, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $5,100,000 to various departments' 2022 general government operating budgets. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve, Move to approve AR 2022-291 with AM 603-2-2022, not AM 527.
Second.
A motion to approve AR 2022-291 and AM 603-2022 and not AM 527-2022 has been made by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, I took that action at the request of our current clerk, and we also have an amendment to propose. Let me make sure I'm at the right item here. Yep. So I move Dunbar Quinn Davidson Amendment Number 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
If I could speak to this, these were changes requested by the administration to, I think, to choose the right project funds. They could speak to why they need. I think it was Mr. Trombley and Ms. Peterson, or perhaps Ms. Camacho could also speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, do you mind waiting just a few minutes? We have a OMB. We're going to get OMB on the line to help explain.
Okay. Unless you're comfortable with Ms. Camacho, could you explain this?
Yes, at the request of OMB Director Peterson, we're adding language to Section 2 to state that the appropriation is a transfer and that it will be going to the Capital Improvement Projects Fund for the Sullivan Arena, which is the appropriate fund for that project. And then Section 3 just details the specific departments.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho. Is that sufficient, Mr. Trombley?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, yes.
Okay, so You can tell Ms. Peterson to stand down. Okay, so that hopefully a relatively non-controversial amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Ms. Camacho. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Dunbar-Quinn Davidson Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Amendment Number 1 is approved 12-0. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Zalatel and Rivera Amendment Number 2.
Second.
Zalatel Rivera Amendment Number 2 has been moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment appropriates $186,418 to cover the Office of Equity and Justice operating budget. It was originally in the alcohol tax, and the Ombudsman has informed us that was an inappropriate place for that funding to have landed, and it takes from the increased fuel costs. You should have seen circulated earlier today the actual spend on the fuel cost to date. The debt we have on fuel cost is $564,062.81. So taking this $186,000, away, I don't believe will hurt the ability to cover the fuel costs. In addition, when we were last at Budget and Finance, Ms. Peterson explained that none of the departments that are seeking fuel funds were over 5% spent on their operating budgets, meaning they hadn't had to dip into the rest of their budgets to cover their fuel costs. So I think there's the opportunity to correct this. What it will do is free up that money then, of course, in the alcohol tax for reappropriation, but we should get this funding into a right fund source to correct the error. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just note that this is consistent with the proposed budget from the mayor for 2023, where I believe they have shifted funding from the alcohol tax to general government for this position, and I believe in response to what the Ombudsman had presented to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Zalatel Rivera Amendment Number 2.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'd like to move Zalatel and Voland Amendment Number 3.
Second.
Zalatel and Voland Amendment Number 3 has been moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Voland. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this would appropriate $1 million from the fuels cost, still giving us quite a bit of headroom on covering the actuals to date, for a long-range transportation plan. So the idea here is, and I'm going to digress for a moment, but I promise I'll make it quick and circle back. This body, starting with comments to the Metropolitan Transit Plan, the last one, the 2040 that was approved, submitted significant comments about our community's goals. Those comments were kind of held aside, kind of are informing the next MTP, as we like to call it in AMATS, but they're really not reflected in how we're spending our federal highway dollars. If we want our community's goals to be taken seriously in that appropriation of federal highway dollars, we need our own localized transportation plan that reflects our community's goals. And my number one goal right now that I want to see reflected in that plan is safety. How many times have we read in the paper over the last year about pedestrians being hit? Whether it's a state road or a municipal road, it really doesn't matter. A long-range transportation plan will give us the opportunity to express our community's goals and talk about safety in a real way, set real goals that have to be considered when we do appropriations through the AMATS process for the federal highway dollars. They're the biggest chunk of money we have. We can also set goals around how we want to view transit, greenhouse gas emissions, all kinds of things. And I won't steal Mr. Boland's thunder. I hope he's going to get in the queue to speak to the second part. But it is so key that we have year-round safety on our streets. This isn't a summertime issue or a winter issue. It is a year-round issue where our streets are not safe. And if we don't invest in this kind of planning, and it's big planning, we create performance measures, we actually create a plan that's measurable. If we don't do it now with something like community assistance we weren't expecting, something that's meant to assist our community, I don't know when we'll find the opportunity. So I really urge your support. As you can tell, I'm quite passionate about this. And if this passes, you won't have to hear from me about it for a while. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Volan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Anchorage continually seeks to be a northern city of the future, we have to reckon with the fact that we are a city with growing pains. An unfortunate, expensive, and especially painful part of this is that we have too many pedestrian injuries and deaths caused by fast-moving cars. The question we have to ask ourselves is how can we modernize our transportation system and infrastructure for the maximum benefit and safety of all user groups? I would submit to this body and to those that are listening is that currently Anchorage is not innovating in this space. It's 2022 and Anchorage doesn't have one protected bike lane. Part of the problem, I think, when we approach transportation and infrastructure in our city is that so often things are siloed. Transportation or traffic is siloed from land use. All of these things need to be integrated and connected as pieces of a puzzle when it comes to our future growth. So when it comes to spending federal dollars to improve our system, I believe having a comprehensive plan, a roadmap, if you will, can help us get to a place that truly represents the values and desires of our community. And that can be used as a touchstone when it comes to deciding on the future of our city with other voices from the state. We can say, hey, here's what's important. Here are our values, our desires. We are soon getting into winter, and I know we all recognize the enormous challenge we face with non-motorized travel on our sidewalks in the winter, particularly in my district, the urban core. We're starting with skinny sidewalks that often have a utility pole smack dab in the middle of them. Wheelchairs can't use our sidewalks, especially when snow is piled up on top. So we've got to approach this. That's why I wanted to put language in here about snow removal from streets and sidewalks. I want that to be studied. How can we be more effective when it comes to that? Management of our right-of-way, on-street parking, all of these pieces and how they add up. And so I think that I understand this is a sizable ask, but I think it is in keeping with what a plan of this magnitude would cost, and I believe it is a valuable investment as we look to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Dunbar?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I apologize for interrupting, but I don't have that amendment. Is it possible I can get a copy? Thank you.
It's in the packet.
It's stapled in the packet. It's attached to Amendment 1 and Amendment 2. Next is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'll just note that I think it's a scrivener's issue, but the amount left over for that in this amendment, it states $1 million left over for fuel, but it's actually $813,582 based on the previous amendment we just passed. I don't think we need to amend the amendment. I think that can just be done as a scrivener's correction. I'll say that Mr. Cross, Mr. Vollen, and I are engaged, I think, now in some very productive discussions with the planning department. We are looking to hopefully reduce the amount of minimum parking that is required by the municipality when people build things, new things. Doesn't mean we're getting rid of parking by any means, but we are reducing what we mandate that they must build. But there are some valid criticisms of that, and one of them is that some parking is used, a lot of parking is used for snow storage. And so the planning department is concerned about this and wants us to help fund this kind of work. Anchorage really has challenges with snow removal and snow storage, and again, I would just highlight that line in this amendment and why I support this amendment so strongly. I had the good fortune of door knocking this spring during some very heavy snowfall and some very unusual ice formations, and the number one thing I heard was we have to do a better job at snow removal. Now, it's true that we fully funded the administration's request for snow removal last year, but I think we all recognize that whether it was due to unusual weather patterns or something else, we as a municipality did not perform very well at snow removal this year. I'm hopeful that these kind of studies, combined with hopefully more investments in snow removal, will improve this vital service that Anchorage provides. And snow removal is connected to so many other things, to road safety, to pedestrian safety, to drainage issues, to the value of some people's properties. And so I'm hopeful that this study will be one small piece as we look to improve snow removal in Anchorage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I've got 3 other members in the queue, and I'm hoping we can get to a vote after that on this amendment. Next is Mr. Constant.
So I have a question, and I'm not sure who the proper respondent is. So LRTP, Long Range Transportation Plan, is a term of art in the past, and actually currently with the 2025 plan, there is a long-range transportation plan happening at AMATS and through that process. And so the question that I have is, how does this differ? And how do you envision it being implemented through the departments to make sure that it achieves the goal and doesn't simply become an additional sum to the AMATS process?
Madam Chair, may I answer Mr. Constant's question?
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So it's a couple of things. So currently, our adopted long-range transportation plan for the municipality is the MTP. There is no distinction. The MTP in its development is required to consider and take into account local plans. So our comprehensive plan is considered in land uses, but our local transportation goals are not. We try to amend the MTP, and then anyone who's served on AMATS knows you get into the loop of you can't make an amendment because then it would have to go back out for public comment, and it's already behind schedule. So this gives us a local community plan that can be implemented and considered in the consideration of the MTP. The MTP drives the Transportation Improvement Program, which is the fiscally constrained program and how we make investments with federal highway dollars.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
There was a second half to that question, though. How do you see it being implemented in the departments?
So it can be implemented in the departments a number of ways. One is as we work through our other local planning and district planning, the long-range transportation plan would be one of the controlling plans to be considered.
So who's developing it? Like, who's the staff?
Oh, how is the MTP going? I'm sorry, the long-range transportation plan will be developed through a contractor through planning department, just like the MTP is done for AMATS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. In Forrest and Constance asked some pretty good questions that I won't have to reiterate now. But I'm normally against more plans because I feel like we plan ourselves to death. But to just build on what Mr. Dunbar said is that we are making some pretty significant changes. In fact, 14H in your staff packet dealing with this and off-street parking. There are some significant changes that are taking place in the street parking, snow removal design for Anchorage. And I think it's important to look at what those long-range impacts are, particularly on pedestrian traffic. Just in the last 6 to 8 years, it has significantly changed. And I think probably the more people who ride fat tire e-bikes, you're going to see a lot more people on bicycles during the winter and stuff as technology is changing, and and you're seeing summertime activities extend further into the winter, and we're really going to have to start planning on how our sidewalks and how we're treating that. And anybody who's driven up and down our roads and knows that during the winter, that when you see somebody on a bike in the wintertime riding out in the middle of the street and stuff, we need to seriously reconsider how we're doing those plans. And when we're changing these parking minimums and we're changing all this, what is the effect, and get ahead of the curve here. So I would support this. I do think $1 million is a lot of money for a study, but I support the study.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions to the sponsors. Since they're pushing for the Golden Lion, which is on the intersection of the most, I would argue, the most busiest intersection in the municipality, is this plan going to include the transportation plan and the study going to include the Golden Lion area? I would also ask the question, what happens when the MTP contradicts the new MOA's long-range transportation plan? Who will resolve the dispute?
So thank you for the questions, Ms. Allard. So obviously the most dangerous intersection in the state, New Seward and 36, should definitely be included in the long-range transportation plan, particularly as to the community's goals for multimodal transportation, including in that area of Midtown. Second, when there are conflicts between what's in the MTP, those will come forward as the performance measures, the goals and objectives of the MTP are decided by AMATS and the policy committee. It'll be up to policy committee members and AMATS staff to highlight where those conflicts exist, and then they'll be brought to the policy committee body to resolve those conflicts as a policy decision.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Anything further? Ms. Allard? Thank you.
Quickly,
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So just a quick Google search is very interesting. Takes you to the Anchorage Bowl 2025 Long-Range Transportation Plan. And when you go to the cover page, it was drafted in 2005. And so I think the last time this question was back before AMATS was 17 years ago. And I think that the argument of having the municipality lead by crafting its own plan that is then fed into the AMATS flow is the strong position. And so having seen the fact that 2025 is nearly upon us and this plan contemplated where we will go, it's now time to look back at this plan and project out. So there's a very strong argument for this moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue.
Madam Chair, just one last comment, if there's no one else in queue.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
I'm going to vote no on this, just to represent my community and what they would want me to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Given the interest in this topic, I think perhaps members wish to consider having a work session sometime to take up some of these topics further. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zolotel-Voland Amendment Number 3.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 11-1. Ms. Quinn Davidson, will you be moving your amendment?
I was going to move amendment number 4, which changes the fuels amount from originally it was $2.7 million and brings it to $1 million based on the numbers that Ms. Peterson gave us. But there's some discussion here about whether the fuels number has already been capped at $800,000. So I guess I'll move it in second and we can discuss that.
Second.
And this amendment is loose in the folder, it's not stapled.
Yeah, it's loose and it was emailed to us, but essentially what it does is take the 2.7 number for fuels and change it to 1 million. Meg and I worked with Ms. Peterson from OMB, and the understanding is that it's about 550, I can't remember the exact, well, I have the exact number here, but anyway, it's 550-ish that the departments are over right now for up till now in 2022. So we don't think there's any way it's going to be beyond 1 million after this year. If Ms. Peterson disagrees, she can let us know, but I think that's a pretty generous leftover amount.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, and I want to confirm that Ms. Zalatel was a second on that amendment, and also to note that the conforming amendments language at the bottom, I believe, is required. It would be good, the clerk advises, given the changes made in the prior amendments. Next in the queue is Mr. Dunbar.
So I guess I'd ask the clerk for some clarity on that. So do we need some of that language inserted because of the last two amendments that were made? And I'll say, yeah, so the 14 Bravo has $2 million in Section 3 for the fuel costs. We just put money towards the chief equity officer and $1 million towards the long-range transportation plan. So it's now $813,582. So I would suggest that we withdraw that amendment, though it sounds like, I could hear Ms. Camacho, we might need additional language.
Yeah, don't withdraw the amendment. Amend the amendment.
Oh, and I'll also add one more thing. If the administration finds later on, in a month or at the end of the year, that their fuel costs indeed did exceed this amount, I would note that we have about $650,000 right now in ARPA funds at the next item that as of yet is not accounted for, although I don't know who's bringing an amendment tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. The clerk does advise that the language at the bottom and authorizing the municipal clerk to make conforming amendments to the AMs in this AR if necessary and in consultation with the administration and the Assembly budget analyst is retained. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the amendment's fine because it says in an amount not to exceed $1 million. And if all that remains is $813,582, it doesn't exceed $1 million.
It's in the same section as the $813,000. It also, the change to the title doesn't make sense anymore because you are...
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I move to amend this amendment to strike out both the top two sections and leave the conforming language on the bottom. So my motion again is to delete the top two sections, anything with numbers in it, and then maintain the bottom, which is the conforming language. Can I get a second?
Second, can I ask a question about it too?
Seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. And this is the amendment to Quinn-Davidson Amendment Number 4. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
But if Meg agrees, I could also just change my amendment to be that, so we don't have to take a bunch of meta votes. But essentially, you're just saying the numbers are already handled because there's 800 something left, Chris, so let's just leave that clause that Desiree, et cetera, can fix it to make it all make sense? Okay. Do you want me just to change my amendment to be that? Are you okay with that, Meg? Yeah. Okay. If it's more confusing, Chris can make the amendment.
So I believe Mr. Constant is willing to withdraw his amendment to the amendment, and the second to Ms. Quinn-Davidson's amendment, which is Ms. Zalatel, agrees to the language changes in your amendment with Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
As described by Mr. Constant, exactly. And did you get what those are, Ms. Camacho?
And that to delete the top two sections and retain the language concerning conforming amendments, probably striking the "and" in front.
Sounds great.
All good? Okay, so the motion before us is to approve Quinn Davidson Amendment Number 4, seconded by Ms. Zelatel, which now only contains the conforming amendment language at the bottom, starting with authorizing. And Ms. Quinn Davidson, I'll go ahead and take you out of the queue, or did you have anything further? Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Quinn Davidson Amendment Number 4.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Are there any other amendments? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-291 as amended and AM 603-2022, but not AM 527-2022.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 14B is approved 11-1. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2022-292, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and reallocating American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, of 2021 local fiscal recovery funds. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state the council or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Hello, my name is Lillian Uluki-Viola, and I'm a part of the Airport Heights community. Pacific Community of Alaska is a nonprofit organization that started in the summer of 2021 by Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders in Anchorage who came together to support our fellow community members during the height of COVID-19. This was due to the significant health disparities among Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders that have not only been exacerbated because of COVID-19. To serve our community, PCA employed Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander community health workers to provide culturally relevant health education, outreach, and advocacy for our community members around COVID-19 vaccines and testing. This was all at no cost to them. Since the beginning of this year, Pacific Community of Alaska community health workers were able to provide 300 COVID-19 prevention kits to community members throughout Anchorage. In addition, we've been able to partner with the Anchorage Health Department and Mountain View Health Services to provide around 270 COVID vaccines to our community members throughout the municipality, all at Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander churches and at our work office to increase access. Supporting our community members have been at the forefront of our mission at PCA. Right now we have Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander youth stepping up to provide mental health support for their peers, all who are youth. PCA community health workers want to continue uplifting and working towards mental health support for our Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders in Anchorage. Community members have even come up to us during the PCA outreach to let us know that they love getting connected with us to get support in providing health, providing support and getting connected to health and social services. But they've been met with barriers so often trying to get these resources. PCA has brought these resources directly to our community members through grassroots organizing at the faith-based organizations in Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander owned and operated businesses. Community members were even so eager to sign up for a free blood pressure self-management class that we weren't even able to offer due to funding constraints. Within one day at an outreach in Anchorage, we saw over 300 people. Immediately around 30 people wanted to sign up for our class. We built relationships with the State of Alaska Chronic Disease Program and other partners throughout Anchorage. We want to continue providing culturally relevant education, outreach, translation services to our community members to bridge the gaps that have been caused by systemic failures and historic mistrust that left our community members on the back burner. I ask you today, who will come to support us when we've been so often the essential workers throughout the pandemic, working as security guards, caregivers, and case managers for our people in Anchorage. BCA will be here to continue uplifting and advocating for our community members throughout Anchorage. ARPA funds will help us do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There are 2 members in the queue. First is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm over here, Lillian, and thank you so much for that testimony and for the work you guys are doing. I think it is really incredible. Another appropriation from the ARPA funds that the Assembly passed was for the Umoja co-work space in Mountain View. And they have a new building. They got an incredible price on it, and they're renovating it now. I had the chance to do a tour there, and I'm pretty sure I saw your offices there. So are you planning to work out of the Umoja co-work space?
Yes, we do, yes.
Wonderful. And I just think that shows some of these programs are sort of interrelated and working together. And I want to say thank you for your collaborative approach, and I hope that we are able to pass this tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Volan?
Thank you. I was just going to say thank you for your vital work for a very important part of our community. It's much appreciated, and I thank my colleagues, members Dunbar and Quinn Davidson, for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard is in the queue. Actually, folks, if you wouldn't mind coming back.
I don't know if she hears. It's fine.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you guys have done with our community and being involved. Thank you for lending us Junior as long as we can have him, and all the work that you guys continue to do. I appreciate all the support that you've given to my community as well. And yeah, just thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Mr. Dunbar, did you want to have a similar motion?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Let me get the language Ms. Camacho provided. So I move to approve AR 2022-292 with AM 604-2022 and not AM 528-2022.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Is that correct? Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar. Did you want to speak to the motion?
I'm just double checking that we don't have a similar conforming amendment. I don't believe we do. No, because this is not going to any municipal department. So this is going to the Pacific Community of Alaska and the Polynesian Association of Alaska, total of $350,000 out of $1 million of excess ARPA funds. And so we still have $650,000 available, and hopefully we'll find a good place to use that in the future. But both of these organizations do tremendous work, and I urge approval. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Volan?
Thank you. I have an amendment that I'd like to move if now's the appropriate time. So it says amendment number 2. I don't know what number 1 was, but this is, I guess, a Volan amendment number 2. And this amendment would allocate $200,000 to various departments for fuel cost. So this is just kind of to make up that delta that we took, the funds that we took away from in the previous item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Voland amendment number 2, moved by Mr. Voland, has been seconded by Mr. Cross. Anything further on the amendment, Mr.
Yeah,
Boland?
I would just say, it's tough because with fuel, we have definitely seen increased in cost. Some of these are speculative cost. I think other members have spoken to the fact that perhaps the need is not as great as we thought, but I just thought that this would maybe help the administration with future planning. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you. So I won't be voting for this amendment, and I think the reason is that I just don't think we need it at this stage. So on the math that Meg and I did and confirmed with Courtney Peterson, we're $564,000 over in fuel costs so far in 2022, and based on the resolution of the last set of amendments, we have a total of $813,000. So what's that? About $250 more in the remaining few months. So we would have to, which would make sense because it's winter, maybe fuel costs or usage goes up, but it would have to go up quite a bit, like a lot, to get over that 813. So I don't think this $200,000 is needed, and I think it's more confusing to appropriate it and then actually not need it and move it back. So I think it's better to have them come to us if they need more and tell us exactly how much they need so we can figure out where to pull it from. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for me, I actually would require something even more specific to approve additional fuel costs, which is to see how departments' budgets might be overspent past that 5% threshold. We get that update at Budget and Finance every month. So we're not seeing fuel costs have an outsized impact on the spending of each of those departments. Also, frankly, this is where first quarter budget revisions, this is why it exists. We true up the actual cost to the revenue in, and it's one thing if it's going to stop municipal operations, but we have no indication right now that the fuel issue is actually going to impact or impede municipal operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Volan?
Thank you. Got to turn my microphone on. I will say I potentially do think we are in for some winter cost. Some of the plowing that was talked about, but maybe I could ask the administration is this something you support or feel strongly about, or are you comfortable waiting to first quarter budget revisions?
Through the chair, Mr. Volan. The administration does support your amendment. The reality is we do know at least one department, the fire department, is running hot at this point. I think this morning the conversation that Ms. Hickel and I had with the fire chief, we're anticipating they're going to have an overage just in fuel alone, about $312,000. So we do anticipate by the end of the year, if you look, I think we've all driven down the street in the last 2 weeks, and gas prices have gone up significantly. So I think it's reasonable to expect that we will be coming back for a secondary appropriation before the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you, Daniel, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting this amendment, and the reason is because we just voted on a general government appropriation that we're now voting on an ARPA appropriation. And in both cases, they followed a pretty heated debate over the ARPA funds that involved vetoes from the mayor and him saying, we need to put money in police cars and you guys are going to make it so we can't run our fire engines and these other things. And I always felt that was a mischaracterization, but what was frustrating is after that ended, we never got a request from them. So we've been, for months, we never got a specific request from the administration. Here's how much money we needed. And so finally, myself and Ms. Quinn Davidson just put forward an ordinance with these sort of rougher estimates. And there were some things on there that we were able to agree on, like the $300,000 for APD towing that we just passed a few minutes ago. But I guess what I would like to see, rather than doing this, here's $200,000, maybe you need it, maybe you don't, you probably do. I would like to see a more specific request from the administration probably within the 650,000, but perhaps more if they can find it, at either our next meeting or several meetings from now, once they know they have spent the 813,000 that we just appropriated for additional fuel costs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Voland Amendment Number 2.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
The amendment fails 4-8. We are now back on the main motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-292 with AM 604-2022 and not AM 528-2022.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Madam Chair, point of information.
What is your procedural question, Ms. Allard?
Okay, so I need more clarification. You just said that I need to look at the screen for a second, if I can see that far. Is Mr. Voland's amendment in there?
No, the amendment did not pass.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Peterson? Thank you.
Item 14C is approved 12-0, and we will now take a 10-minute break. If members would please take their seats, we will go ahead and resume the meeting. We now have before us item 14D. Let's go ahead and resume the meeting. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2022-93, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly permitting the property located at 1000 East 36th Avenue, formerly known as the Golden Lion Hotel, to be designated on a temporary basis as emergency shelter as part of the municipality's emergency shelter plan. Waive reading. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. When you come forward, please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live, and please direct your comments to me or other members of the Assembly. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Petralczyk. I live in District 6, and Salty is my representative. I work in a medical clinic that provides mental health, substance use disorder, and chronic disease management that's located across the street from the Golden Lion Hotel. I'm here to encourage you to move forward with AO 2022-93 in order to provide housing to our vulnerable populations. The location of this hotel will provide them services, and we can learn from them. I encourage you to know this population in the way we have, get to know this population in the way we have as a clinic. Currently, they have difficulty seeking care with us due to transportation issues. When they can't attend, I've learned so much about them. They are someone's mother, father, grandparent, sister, brother, or child. They are our veterans and our Native elders. They have stories of perseverance and tragedy. They have hopes, dreams, and aspirations. They are not so unlike us that they can't be welcomed into our communities. As the daughter of a veteran who suffers from alcohol use disorder, I strongly disagree that we should stand by and let someone's rock bottom be death. I do agree that there must be basic rules to maintain the safety in our shelter facilities. However, mandating that someone receive treatment for a mental health or substance use disorder will not lead to a productive relationship between that person and their care provider. Offering services in a compassionate, accessible, and non-judgmental way is the only avenue to successful treatment.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Soltz is in the queue.
Thank you. So I really appreciate the fact that you're on the treatment side and attacking the root causes, because I don't think we do enough in that space. So I just want to get kind of your opinion on the Golden Lion. I take it you want to see it as an alcohol treatment center, not necessarily just an emergency cold weather shelter.
I do believe in sheltering people for shelter's sake and not requiring that they seek treatment in order to be eligible for shelter. I don't think that's a fair requirement. I would like to offer as many services as we possibly can from our clinic to anyone who's housed in that facility. We have the benefit of working in a safety net clinic that doesn't require people to have insurance, so we can see them regardless of their ability to pay, and we have a multidisciplinary clinic with a lot of things at their disposal, and it would just be really easy for us to access that patient population without transportation issues if they were located there.
Oh, great, and thank you for doing what you do. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Thank you for your testimony. I also want to note that there is an S version available. That was a supplemental item laid on the table earlier this meeting. Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Matt Duncan. I'm with the Spenard Community Council, and I would like to encourage you to vote for this to open the Golden Lion and start using it to provide the services that the people in my community needs. 6 of you are represented by Spenard Community Council, and you all have publicly said that you agree with me, so I'm going to talk to the rest of you. Currently, what we pay for, I moved into Spenard, I bought a little 1,000 square foot house, and it's really small, and what I paid for was, I paid a lot of money for it. I paid for all the overpasses, all the trails, my location, my nearness to the city, and all of those things. Those are currently being taken from me. There are large sections of our beautiful, brand new Fish Creek Trail that are being stolen from me because they're unusable, because the options that are being given to our homeless neighbors are so bad that they would rather sleep in the swamp off of the trail on my Fish Creek Trail. There are large sections of Chester Creek Trail that are too dangerous to use after dark because the homeless population in our city does not have an alternative that's better than 4-inch deep water in a swamp off of the bike trail. This is something that we've already paid for. In Spenard, depending on how you count the number of treatment facilities based on the level of care that they give, we have somewhere between 1 and 4 in the neighborhood already. If you go downtown, they have somewhere between 9 and 17, depending on how you count them. The Golden Lion is in a neighborhood that is currently giving nothing back. They have no housing facilities there for the community, for our houseless community, for our houseless neighbors. And if you go just north of the Golden Lion and look off the right side of the road, there's a homeless camp right there. And that is another part of our city that we can't use because there's somebody else actively taking it from us. And I appreciate all of the hard work that the members of this assembly have done doing the research. This is not our problem only. This is a nationwide problem. They've got this problem in New York City, Portland, Dallas, Little Rock, Memphis, everywhere you go. And this is our opportunity because we have a ton of money to fix it. You were saying that we're spending something like $8 million of our alcohol tax on this. Well, if that's 1,000 people, that's only $8,000 a person per year. I would pay quadruple that. And if we criminalize these people and incarcerate them, we're going to pay quintuple that or more. So I thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live. And if you would go ahead and turn on the microphone. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Rizzuto, and I'm from the Midtown community. So thank you for listening today. Again, my name is Dr. Alyssa Rizzuto. I work in the local medical community in the area surrounding the Golden Lion property. In this role, I provide primary medical care as well as substance use treatment to all comers. In addition, I am a proud homeowner and resident of the Geneva Woods neighborhood, which is adjacent to the Golden Lion property. I am here as both a member of the local community and as a frontline clinician directly treating individuals with substance use disorders to ask this assembly to move forward with AO 2022-93 to provide shelter and potentially life-saving treatment to our unhoused neighbors struggling with addiction. As a physician, I have witnessed countless people redefine themselves and their relationship with substances when given the opportunity. I have also witnessed many be discouraged in this journey by lack of transport, inappropriate medication storage, and burdensome requirements to receive services and housing. This property is centrally located in our town and is well positioned regarding public transport and medical services, although it is imperfect. Additionally, this building is currently in a state of underuse and is a fully completed structure, which cannot be said of all the other proposed options. Finally, I would like to speak as a homeowner and as an individual who lives and sleeps a few blocks from the Golden Lion property. I ask that this property be used as one part of a broader effort to shelter my unhoused neighbors. And I ask that we leverage the opportunity of this location and offer compassionate and comprehensive substance use treatment options to those who are ready to embark on the journey. I ask that we stop dividing ourselves with the not in my backyard approach and instead work together as a community. Thank you for your time today, and please stay warm.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you for your testimony. Did you support the Navigation Center?
Yes, I support it as a component.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Irene Queetnow. I feel like a broken record myself. I will reiterate some things. If it weren't for the majority on this assembly, the Navigation Center would have been in operation last fall. This is not an emergency. We have a dire need to house people, but it's not an emergency. The definition for an emergency is a serious situation or occurrence that happens unexpectedly and demands immediate action. None of this is unexpected. You have been in this emergency in the fall of 2020, when this administration wasn't here yet. You have been in this emergency in the fall of 2021. And here we are again in 2022, and you're again in this emergency. The other reason why I'm here is this ordinance, the only reason why we're discussing this right now is because the majority of this body passed AO 2020-66 in 2022, and it was to put an amendment into the AO. Ms. Zalatel was the one who brought this amendment forward, and I quote, it says that under no circumstances shall the property be used as a homeless and transient shelter. That was in regards to the Golden Lion. And now they want to use it as a shelter, going back on their word, and that's why this ordinance is now before us. And lastly, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, you said you don't agree with the legal ramifications that the administration has brought forward. The only reason why there are legal ramifications is because you're going back on your own law that you made in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Queetnow. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Irene, did you support the Navigation Center?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Hi, my name is Zach Ziers, and I live in Midtown, approximately 10 blocks away from the Golden Lion. I'd like to ask you folks to support this. While I would much rather see it be used as a treatment facility, it is sitting empty. There's been a lot of wonderful people that have come up and spoke about the difference that this can make in our community. I'm here to speak to the people that aren't so inclined to listen to them. We just voted that we're going to spend $380,000 to support the Alex, which would provide less rooms than this would, and we wouldn't have to pay that fee for this at all. I am an outreach worker. I currently work for the United Way. I have ran the Sutherland Shelter, and I previously worked for Alaska Behavioral Health as an outreach worker. I spend time in the camps with these folks. The people, we're worried about traffic. We're worried about the people that this will bring to our neighborhoods. They're already there. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
I know, it's going to be that, but I also have an additional question for you. Thank you for all that you do for our community, first and foremost. Do you agree that did you agree with the opening of the Navigation Center?
I agree with aspects of it.
Okay. And then my other question is, you don't think it would be more valuable to have the Golden Lion as a rehabilitation center?
I think that it is set empty for 2 years, and that it is an opportunity opportunity cost. We're losing out on that to the tune of $370,000 over 3 months.
Would you agree, though, that it would be better as a rehabilitation center or as a homeless place?
Housing is the most convincing intervention for addiction, for mental health, and for homelessness, obviously.
Okay, so no. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Soltz has a question for you. Go ahead, Mr. Soltz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you just happen to be the person who I think might give some insight into this. So we have, I think the Sullivan, I don't think the Sullivan was at capacity. So I see the homeless camping in the woods, camping elsewhere. It's at capacity? Okay. So my question may still be valid. So we open the shelters, yet some of the homeless are choosing to remain in the woods. How do we get them into the shelters, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, the Golden Lion would be a perfect example, because with I believe it's 68 rooms? 80? I apologize. With the 80 rooms, you would be able to build the community with permanent supportive housing. You would be able to build the community that the homeless population enjoys and respects and bonds with. People don't want to go places where their community are. I don't want to go places my community's not. I go, when I go have a drink, 9 times out of 10, it's at the same bar because I know people there, right? I'm assuming I go to the restaurants that I like. Black Cup is my coffee shop because I know everybody that works there. It's my community. That's how we get the people in, out of the camps and in, out of the shelters, is we build communities with permanent supportive housing.
Great, thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Mr. Soltz. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Try that again, please.
If you could just state your name and the part of the community where you live.
Oh, okay. My name is David Laser. I'm from Hatcher Pass, and the first time I've ever been here. You talk about an optional. When I grew up, streets were made for vehicles, sidewalks are made for people. So how do the people get hit if they're on the highways? I listen to the radio a lot. There's like 80% are the natives. I have to call them Indians. My children were born here. They're not native. This is not a white-black problem. It's an Indian problem. I say send them home to their native village. A native corporation is the problem, not a white problem. Why should we be paying for a native problem? Send them home. They would be happy there, and we would be happy. They could drink, smoke, do dope, and whatever they do in the villages with their own people, and they would be happy. After the Native Convention next week, let them take their homeless home with them. Anchorage, as it said here, 23,000 natives, but I forgot to add the 300 homeless people. For $500, you could fly 300 people back to their villages. It's only $150,000, and your problem would be over. Putting them in a hotel, putting them in places, feeding them. Next spring, next summer, you're going to have the same problem. No one talks about eliminating the problem. I say send them home. Send the bill to the Native Corporation. And the other 20% that's here, send them to San Diego where they have other friends. I get tired of seeing the people on the streets begging for money. You know, they have more money than I do. I can tell where they go and get in a car. I feel sorry for some of them. I know some good natives. I know some good black people. I know some good white people. But we need to eliminate the problem, not just put a Band-Aid on it and send them to a hotel or send them someplace for the wintertime. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Your testimony has been recorded. Mr. Dunbar has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A comment and a question. I'll say, first of all, I find it deeply ironic to have anyone but an Alaska Native person telling them to go home in Alaska. My second thing to say, they are American citizens and Anchorage residents and members of our community, and we are responsible for taking care of members of our community. Now, my question for you, sir, is I have done the point in time count where you go out and you speak with people who are experiencing homelessness. Where do you think most of them say they are from or have lived for 20 or 30 years? The people in Anchorage. When you go and talk to people experiencing homelessness, where do you think they say that they are from?
They have to be from a village.
No.
They're
They say
native people. Those are villages out there, and that's the natives.
I'll tell you, sir, my experience going out and speaking with people is folks say that they are from Anchorage. They have lived here for decades. Some of them were born here. I think we have this stereotype that people are just brought in from somewhere else. A lot of the people experiencing homelessness in Anchorage, whether they are Alaska Native or white or any other race, they say that they are from Anchorage. And they are members of our community. And
They don't work, they don't pay taxes, they do nothing.
Point of
They
order,
clutter up.
Madam
Looks
Chair.
like a septic tank where they live.
Hold, please.
again,
Mr. Vaughan,
my
hold,
question,
please.
I have a question I wanted to answer.
Mr. Dunbar, you
Where
need to
did
get to the point.
Where did you learn all this false nonsense?
Madam Chair, point of order, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard. What rule do you believe has been broken?
Let's just not debate. I understand both perspectives. I just hope we can move on and not debate with
Thank you,
an
Ms.
individual.
Allard.
Thank you.
I have asked Mr. Dunbar to ask his question.
I think I did. Where did you learn all this false nonsense?
Okay.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Go ahead, Mr. Volin. What is,
You know, as painful as that testimony was to listen to, I don't think we're supposed to be engaging in debate, and I just prefer to move
agree.
on.
Thank you, Mr. Volin. Thank you.
I've lived here for over 50 years.
Thank you,
I've seen
sir.
a lot. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? No, sir, thank you. We have another person lined up, and then we have a phone list of 2 individuals. Welcome.
Roger Branson, a longtime advocate for consumers of mental health services, and the people I advocate for are overly represented in both homelessness as well as corrections. That last testimony was tough. And I thank Assembly Member Dunbar for speaking up. I feel dirty. That's not what I came up here to speak about, though. The homeless community is very much a network of folks who care deeply for each other. And I'm from Anchorage. I was born here in Anchorage. And I was displaced from Eagle River into Anchorage when I became homeless due to a variety of societal pressures. And the folks that are currently at Centennial Campground, we lost power about 5 o'clock today. The electricity is off. Things are very concerning for folks in there, and they're at the point where they could start making right decisions. But we got to have a place for them to go. And I think about the opportunity cost of the Golden Lion, that had we had it open for this last year, we could have cycled 100, 200 of those human beings with aspirations, with loved ones, with goals yet to accomplish through that, and had them on the track through supported housing, had them moving into the lower level jobs that we're having trouble filling right now. And I see that missed opportunity, and I think, what if? But what if isn't going to save the one that we lose tomorrow? And what if isn't going to save the one that we're probably going to lose the day after that? And I am for 93S. I encourage you to bring this facility online as quick as possible. And thank you for your service.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Yara Silvers from East Anchorage. Currently, the municipality owns a $9 million building, the Golden Lion, which sits empty and is falling into disrepair from lack of use and maintenance. Meanwhile, the mayor tells lies that it's going to be condemned for a $100 million unfunded and unplanned project, which isn't even past the talking stage, and whose preferred study option does not affect the building at all, only a strip of parking, all in the attempt to continue to leave the building empty rather than use it as a treatment facility that it was purchased for. His lies and lack of maintenance have tanked the building's resale value if the municipality did decide to try to sell this empty building. I'd like to remind you that this is your tax dollars that he is wasting. Right now, the municipality is spending $1.5 million to provide shelter to the same number of people in the Sullivan as would cost $0.5 million to house in the Golden Lion. That's your tax dollars that he is wasting. We are also talking about leasing 50 rooms in a hotel at the cost of $350,000 while we leave the one that we own empty. Those are your tax dollars too. The final piece of this conversation is the big money. We are contractually obligated as a part of the MLMP sale to put $15 million into a treatment facility by 2025. If we don't, we have to pay that money back. Let me repeat, that's $15 million that we, the taxpayers, will have to pay back. $9 million of that was spent on the Golden Lion for the express purpose of providing this contractually obligated treatment facility. Mayor Bronson refuses to use this building and has actively tanked the value of this building in his relentless search for obstacles rather than solutions to using it. This is because he has friends, donors, political allies, and propagandists that live a half a mile away from the building. 100 people could be in treatment right now as we speak. Please use the Golden Lion for housing now, with a clear plan to transition it to a treatment facility that the mayor should have turned on 1 year ago if he hadn't twisted himself into pretzels trying to find excuses not to use it for his allies and donors. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will go to the phone list. Mr. Turner, if we could call the first person on the list.
Hello?
Hi, is this Ms. Allegreza?
Yes, this is she.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly. You are on for public testimony on item 14D. And if you go ahead and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live, you will have 3 minutes.
Great. My name is Francesca Allegreza. I am testifying on AO 2022-93, and that it is a breach of public trust. What good is a code? What good is a law? What good is an ordinance? What good is a contract, guarantee, or promise if they can be ignored, changed by the very body making these legal contracts, only to turn around and change the very codes, laws, and ordinance, contracts, guarantees, promises they made to the public when it suits them? There was public outcry to not purchase the Golden Lion, so much so that Zelatel and Riviera put forth an amendment. The Golden Lion had stipulations for the building's purchase. The purchase should be null and void if the stipulations of the purchase contract guarantee are not upheld. The Golden Lion Hotel, 1000E 36th Ave, Block 4A, Central City Subdivision, Plat 76, -245 PID 003-241-29, authorization to acquire this property is under the condition that 1, under no circumstances shall the property be used as a homeless and transient shelter, as that use is defined in Title 21, while under the municipality's ownership or control. And 2, secured egress will be required for the operation of the facility as a substance misuse treatment center. Under no circumstances includes emergencies. Many of the community in 2022 received mass response emails from Zelatel. First in June 2020, Zelatel said, "It appears that the information that is not accurate was put into the community regarding the Golden Lion Hotel. It is unfortunate that this has happened. There are no plans to make that property a homeless shelter." Again, there was a second one in July. Zelatel said, "Additionally, Felix and I also have an amendment that would prevent this facility from ever being used as a homeless shelter while owned by the municipality." The public started paying attention to the Assembly in 2020, and we are still paying attention. Again, AO 2022-93 is a breach of public trust. I believe that you are all in breach of contract.
Thank you for your testimony. Can we go ahead and get the next person on the line, Mr. Turner?
Hi, this is Daryl Nelson. Please leave him.
Can we go ahead and try him just one more time in case he was running to the phone?
They push me around. They treat me like I'm a yokel from...
Hello?
Hi, is this Daryl Nelson?
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly. You are on for public testimony on item 14D, AO 2023-93. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of the community in which you live, you will have 3 minutes.
Yes, Daryl Nelson. I live in Shugiak, North Berkwood, and I have a house full of people with disabilities that were taking care of each other, and the issue is that instead of having people, the city paying one big building, have a whole bunch of little group homes and support them for people with disabilities can take care of each other. None of the people, if it wasn't for me, about 4 or 5 people would be homeless, including myself. I'm in a dire strait of losing my house because I'm poor and I'm disabled and I can't pay. I'm behind on my property taxes. So I've been trying to get grants, and I think that if we have smaller group group homes instead of one big facility, that would be easier. I appreciate your time, and I talked to my assembly people, and Kevin Cross is helping me with it, as well as Forrest Dunbar. He helped me with it too. So, but I'm also having. I think that the city needs to look at that as a way to make things better for us. I appreciate your time. I don't know how much time I have left, but I appreciate your time, and you got my phone number, 907-440-8220, and I appreciate it. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Yeah, hello. My name is T.J. Andrew. I'm a home owner, and I live in Midtown. I'd like to give a quick shout out to Felix, Forrest. I met them recently in the last few weeks. I have not met Meg yet. The last few hours I've been sitting and listening, and I just wrote a few notes just to help me focus. You gotta excuse me, I haven't spoken publicly in about 20 years. Mayor Bronson, fellow assembly members, fellow Alaskans, my name is Tony J. Andrew. I'm a homeowner, and I live in Midtown. I recently retired and would like to give back to our community through volunteering. I am interested in participating on a task force and or a working group to help slow the homelessness in our community through short-term and long-term housing. I recently watched the news. The New York City mayor has recently purchased hangar-sized tents to temporarily house the influx of international migrants. I propose the municipality look into purchasing one of these hangar-sized tents as a temporary shelter. We have two similar-sized warehouse tents being used in Anchorage. One is purchased by Gray Bar Electric, located at 8th Street in Dowling. The second warehouse tent that I noticed is on Dowling Street behind the O'Reilly's Auto Store. This tent warehouse is being used by the Anchorage Police Department. I recommend temporarily leasing the proposed buildings designated as emergency shelters. For a long term, I will propose a long-term solution to help house the less fortunate within our community. I once met Colonel Norman Vaughn, and one of his famous saying is, dream big and dare to fail. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Dunbar has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and TJ, it was great to meet you when I was out door knocking. You had mentioned that you would like to serve on a task force or something like that. We also have commissions, one called the Hand Commission, but there are a few that work on homelessness issues. Would you perhaps be interested in serving on that kind of commission?
Yes, I would love to. I recently retired, so I do have more time to spend.
Although I've seen you have quite a large construction project going on at your house at the moment, but hopefully you can work this in too.
Yeah,
Thank you, TJ.
Thank you very much, Forrest. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Have you heard of the mayor's plan for a navigation center?
Navigation center, yes. I believe that would be good.
I think so too.
Just to help navigate
We voted it,
where
yeah.
people need to go, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
And before we move forward, I would make a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes.
Second. A motion to extend the meeting until 11:30 has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel, seeking unanimous consent. Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, we are extended until 11:30. The motion on the floor has been made by Mr. Constant to approve the S version. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, did you want to speak to your motion?
I think that the long-term value of that building will be when we have it set up as housing, and we've crafted it permanent supportive housing, and we've crafted a substance use treatment model overlay that begins a new paradigm in Anchorage in which we offer at every place where we have supportive housing a treatment intervention that's voluntary and effective. And so I think that this is a step in the right direction towards achieving the consent decree on the settlement from the ML&P transaction, and I believe that the housing intervention that we're proposing with this document moves us substantially closer to that outcome, while at the same time providing relief from the emergency situation that we find ourselves in. And I would argue back to some people who say that an emergency has to be unpredicted. I will tell you this, every single year we have a hurricane season in the southeast of the United States, and every single year we know it's coming, and every single year we still have an emergency. And so any argument that this isn't an emergency is just an argument that ignores the humanity of the people that are living in the snow and the ice now. And finally, I would address the comments of the speaker from Hatcher Pass, just to say, I'm actually kind of glad that that individual came here and expressed himself so plainly for all to see, because anyone with eyes to see and ears to hear know exactly what they heard. The land that he resides on is a mix of Dena'ina, Ifnena, and Atna land. And so any argument somebody should go home should be taken to heart.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to run through a few points on why I'm going to support the S version. First and foremost is I do not want to see the Golden Lion used as a shelter. I've never proposed that it be used as a shelter, but it does make sense as housing. And the reason it makes sense as housing is a couple of reasons. First, housing is the solution to homelessness. Continue to say that. And in fact, since May of 2022, where there were approximately 3,300 active people within the homeless prevention and response system, through the efforts and significant housing units coming online and really big pushes with the wind down of the Sullivan Arena, and in June, the stand-up of the Landlord Housing Partnership and other programs, we've seen that number now move down to 2,400 or so. We're making progress in the right direction. Doing a very similar thing with the guest house just last month housed 130 individuals who would be a part of what we're trying to figure out now. The biggest argument I have for this, though, is the fiscal one. It is fiscally responsible to leverage emergency rental assistance that the municipality has, I believe to the tune of about $8 million, to fund these operations and pay rent. So if you divide that in half, let's take that $8 million, everyone check my math as we go. You take that $8 million, you divide it in half. Half to deal with those who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness right now, about 350 people, and half to deal with prevention, to keep people from entering the system. You take 350 people into $4 million for a year's worth of rent, 12 months worth of rent. That's $952 a month in rent. That is more than what people are paying at the guest house right now. That is nearly competitive rent-ish. There are still other barriers to obtaining housing, but having access to rental assistance is a key piece to that. Having available units is a key piece to that. The municipality holds 2 keys to the solution right now. All we have to do is have the will to implement them. And it's so much cheaper. $4 million to pay 350 people's rent for a year, when I think when Ms. Quinn Davidson added it up, we're at over $8 million in emergency sheltering costs for this year. My final point is we have time. I believe we do not need to turn on the Golden Lion as a substance misuse treatment facility until October 30th, 2025. We could rent this facility out as housing for a year, a little bit of time to start it up, rent out the facility for a year's lease is a typical thing, and still have time to make any repairs, issue the RFP, and switch it to a substance misuse treatment facility. So all things seem to point in this direction, which is why I think we should approve the S, which takes out any designation of the Golden Lion as emergency shelter because it contemplates using it for housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So from the very beginning, I had hoped to use the former Golden Lion as housing, not as emergency shelter. Unfortunately, things have gotten so contorted due to various legal and other hurdles that there is no clear or consistent message. I thought the original version of this ordinance might be the quickest way to get to the goal, making sure we have enough beds for people in our community for the upcoming winter. I've come to realize that the original ordinance just adds more confusion and muddies the intent of using the former Golden Lion as housing. So I've worked with Assembly Council on this S version that should hopefully put this to rest. It takes out the former Golden Lion from the emergency shelter plan. This is critical because of the very strict legal interpretation put onto Anchorage Municipal Code 16.120, the code section detailing the emergency shelter plan for homeless persons. Basically, anything we put into our emergency shelter plan needs to be operated as shelter, not as housing. Even though we know that housing is the solution to homelessness, this strict legal interpretation requires that the emergency shelter plan only be composed of shelter. Housing cannot be a part of the emergency shelter plan. So once we came to that realization and understanding from the administration, it was a simple decision for me to excise out the former Golden Lion as part of the emergency shelter plan and make it crystal clear that this asset will be turned on as housing, as a completely separate effort outside of the emergency shelter plan. That's what this S version does. It doesn't get us to a point where we can turn on the former Golden Lion as housing. Those code changes will be coming in the future, but this is the first step to ensure clarity in what we are hoping to accomplish. And in any case, in case anyone thinks that I've changed my stance on the permanent use of the former Golden Lion, just want to be super clear. I'd like to see this asset used as a substance misuse treatment facility at some point. Until we get there, which might take a change in administration, I think using this former hotel as housing makes all the sense in the world. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I was going to ask you to go through the S version and sort of your thinking, so that was really helpful, and same to Ms. Alatel. My question is for the administration, which is, if this passes, will you implement the Golden Lion as housing?
Through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, we did have a long discussion with Ms. Zalatel on Friday. I think I do have some questions for the Assembly, such as use designations. What's the requested timing for this to happen? There are compliance with Title 21, and we would have to ask some questions regarding Landlord-Tenant Act if the municipality is going to be operating it. So it's certainly not a hard no, but we would like to know some additional information from the Assembly and also from the Department of Law.
And can I follow up? Do you have a sense, Adam, of the timeline for getting those things resolved, since this is obviously, people are outside, we're trying to move quickly?
Through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, what I would like to do before I answer that here is I'd like to talk to planning about all the requirements that would be necessary to become compliant with Title 21. And also, but again, the most important thing to understand with any property is understanding the use designation. And when we go through Title 21, that's chapter 5 in Title 21, you have the tables. And once you identify the use, then you can scroll across and say, okay, what is required to meet under the land use code that use? So I'm not completely clear on what the use is. That will help me determine the time to understand what would be needed to become compliant with code. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot to say. I won't say it all tonight. I think some will be said when we debate the shelter at Tudor and Elmore in 2 weeks and whether or not the mayor made a good faith effort to turn on the Golden Lion for treatment or for anything else. I appreciate what Mr. Trombley, thank you, Mr. Trombley said. I don't think any of it is false. I think what he said was all true. Here are the things that we need to do. But it obscures a deeper reality. Had this mayor wanted to use the Golden Lion a year ago, it would be in use right now. And what I see is continual foot dragging and an emergency plan that was put forward several months ago that frankly wasn't a plan at all. It turned out that the mobile units that they were going to use weren't going to be available for housing until next year. They took I think rightly so, but they took the recreation centers off the table. They got one bid for the micro bid on the micro grants from churches. There just wasn't a place there wasn't a real plan for when Centennial Park closed. And so Mr. Rivera came in with an alternate plan. And then the administration basically said, you can't do that. And then he came in with yet another plan that was supposed to be a temporary plan, and now it's becoming clear to me is going to be the permanent plan. And I guess the question, as always, is what if Felix hadn't done this? I mean, what if the Assembly hadn't done what the administration should have done and stepped in and created an actual workable plan? I think you would have just had chaos, even worse than it is now. I do hope this can get turned on for housing. I don't think it's going to happen. And Felix and Meg, I'm sorry to say, I don't think this administration is going to work with you. Maybe I'm wrong, and you keep trying, but it's been more than a year now, and it just doesn't happen. And so I don't think it's going to happen. And unfortunately, what that means in part is that people are going to stay much longer in the Sullivan Arena than I would prefer, and I think that any of us would prefer, because that should be our priority now. In addition to alleviating the suffering of the folks that are in Centennial Campground, we also now have this issue with the Sullivan once again being used as a facility that wasn't designed for it, and frankly is not a very pleasant place to be. And so we need housing and treatment and emergency shelter in other places, and I am very frustrated by this turn of events that once again, we own a hotel and it's just going to sit empty. And hopefully the administration will prove me wrong, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Cross?
Yes, my thought on this is that it frustrates me the thought that it's going to be used for housing or potentially, but not used for treatment till 2025. That's 3 years from now is frightfully long time to providing treatment. I would be a lot more comfortable with this if it was commissioned for housing, but treatment facilities to be, and services to be offered within 180 days of occupancy. Like, let's put a deadline in there. Let's not just give an open, I mean, for a 3-year, maybe get around to serving treatment. And it was purchased for treatment. I understand we're in an emergency, so I might have some malleability on that, but 3 years to maybe seek treatment out of the building, you know, I'd like to see some more definitive, and that way we have some serious action and momentum being put into place into really using the building for its intended usage. So a much shorter period of time is on that. I'd propose, I don't know how to amendment or some verbiage would go in there, but I would consider something along that nature so that we are moving progressively towards using it what its intended purpose was, with only a short duration for an actual emergency service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also support the use of this facility for treatment or for housing. A question to the administration and then a question to the sponsors. And Mr. Trombley, I appreciate the information you provided regarding the use designation, the timeline, and Title 21, your desire to talk to planning and also Department of Law. And my request would be, as I also heard you mention that you need information from the Assembly, did I hear that correctly? If you would put that together in an email to us. I confess I am a little bit confused about the complexity surrounding the use. I know this facility was used by a for-profit establishment, WECA, and that did not come before the Assembly. The contract didn't. We had no discussion about the use. We did not see the lease. And so that seemed pretty straightforward. So again, I would appreciate if you would go ahead and put the specific questions to members in an email. And then my question to the sponsors on page 2, under the table that lists the facilities and the number to be sheltered, housing units, the Sullivan Arena has 200 number to be sheltered. And I know that in a prior item, the language surrounding the Sullivan, I thought it was 150 unless certain conditions of capacity were met, but I may be misremembering that. So if one of the sponsors, or I guess Mr. Rivera or Mr. Constant could speak to that.
Would you like me to speak, Madam Chair?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So my recollection, I was not at the meeting when this was voted on, but my recollection is that it's at 150 with the technical amendment that was added to it to allow it to go beyond 150, but the baseline is 150.
And if I may follow up, Mr. Chair?
Please.
So with the table here that says 200, are the technical requirements still in effect? Or do we need to amend this document to reflect the 150 because, okay. I saw some heads nodding. But actually, if I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Rivera, is that then your understanding as well that we would need to move an amendment to change that to 150?
Yeah, I would suggest getting this as accurate as possible. So changing the 200 to 150 sounds like a responsible thing to do. And I guess while an amendment is being considered, I would also ask that you my apologies. For whatever reason, the line just went out. May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So the second suggestion I would make, since there's a possible amendment on the floor, is as folks see in item 11 B, I believe it is, the vendor TBD for the Alex Hotel is actually Henning Inc. And while there may be deliberation on that once we get to 11B, I would just suggest that we go ahead and just wrap that amendment in so that it's all completed and that this table reflects the items that we have before us. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Rivera, could you, if we're talking about making amendment, make a motion?
Sure, I'm happy to do it. So I move to amend line 37 to change 200 to 150. And then I move to amend line 38 under operator vendor TBD to change that to Henning Inc.
Second.
So that was.
Oh, and actually, sorry, I have one more on here, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please.
And that is to same line 38, to change 50 to 55 units.
Second agrees. Mr. Peterson, moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Peterson.
Yep.
Yep. So we have a motion to amend on the floor. Mr. Rivera, do you want to speak further to it?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have three folks in the queue, Mr. Sultan, Ms. Allard, Ms. Zambowski. Are you wanting to speak on the amendment? No. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Rivera?
I'm sorry, are we voting right now on the amendment?
Yes.
Then yes.
How do you vote?
How do you vote? Okay. Mr. Dunbar votes yes.
Madam Clerk, I believe the amendment was at 55 units, not 65 units.
So before I count the vote, I had a question that came from the administration. The question was, does the amendment changing from 200 to 150 eliminate the surge capacity should the other facilities be at capacity? And so that's a question for the mover.
So my intent is that it not change the surge capacity, but that's technical and complicated, and I don't know if it would necessarily fit very neatly in that chart. But I think the other item that we passed is very clear and with the intent that 150 with surge capacity if X, Y, and Z are met.
And does any member object to that as a concept? I'm not seeing any objection, so we can consider that the basis of this. So we have the vote before us. Can we tally the vote? On a vote of 12 to 0, that amendment passes. We're now back to the main motion. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next in the queue is Mr. Sult.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I'm agnostic to the use of the Golden Lion as housing, but would prefer to see it as treatment. Again, attacking root causes. What I'd really like to see is, again, kind of a long-term plan on how we're going to attack root causes, how we're going to attack cold weather, so we're not in the same boat a year from now. I'd like to see, if we approve the Golden Lion, we also approve the Navigation Center and the associated congregate mass care. We seem to be, in a way, bifurcating our homeless response. We don't have a cohesive response. It's here, there, it's everywhere. So it's maybe more of a challenge to the administration and the assembly, again, to work together, to come together with a cohesive response to get through this winter and really to plan for next winter and next summer and how we're going to start reducing the numbers of homeless on our streets and getting them the help that they need. And hopefully we can get there. So thank you. And also I'm going to, I have a flight to catch, so I'm going to switch to the phone and I'll be departing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a comment and then I'm going to ask a question to the administration. The primary failure to recognize is that the use of this rundown building, the Golden Lion, that the Assembly brought with zero due diligence, is that are reasons that are embedded in the code which would require us to operate these different buildings. The primary reason these codes exist is so the municipality doesn't get sued by some blood-sucking attorney because someone who was either on drugs or drunk falls down the stairs and contracts maybe a lung ailment or what I've been told, mold that is forming in that building. Additionally, the parking lot is non-existent because the state owns the land and the lease did not go with the purchase. And we did sit on that building since December of 2020. We didn't open it. Mayor Bronson, you weren't even elected. Finally, that building will be condemned by the state in the next 3 years due to the 36th Avenue overpass project. The last thing I would like to do is ask Mr. Trombley if he can kindly set the record straight of individuals. If you say a lie long enough, you think the public's going to believe it, can you please give us the timeline of the navigation center and put that on the record?
Through the chair, Ms. Allard, you know, I'll be honest with you, I really don't feel like getting in the middle of a political fight, but I guess I'm here. And I'll be honest, I have absolutely no desire, and I'll restate what I said over a week ago at the special assembly meeting. I have no desire to relitigate the past. It doesn't change anything. My goal is to get along and find solutions. I'm going to answer your question, but just please understand that I'm not doing this out of malice in any way. The mayor came forward about a month before he was inaugurated to the assembly, proposed a navigation center for a 1,000-bed facility on the Tudor Elmore campus, that area. We all know what's happened since then through negotiations that I was not privy to, through conversations I was not privy to, but it got to some agreement to 150. The assembly funded it at some point with conditions. The assembly felt at one point that maybe those conditions weren't met and they withdrew the funding during construction. I don't know, what was it, four weeks ago or so. But again, I don't want to get in the middle of this in the sense of trying to pick a fight. I really don't. But you asked for the timeline. I'm sure I've probably missed something, and I'm happy to be corrected.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Trombley, is that you in the queue?
Yeah, I would. One of the questions that you asked me, Madam Chair, was if I could send an email, which I'd be happy to do. But just for clarity, for the public's sake, I would like to. And as you guys talk amongst yourselves and have your discussions, this is just some of the things to think about, which would help me when I do send that email. I just want to preempt it, and so that the public understands. When I talk about a use designation for a location, that identifies how that location will be used and how it will be compliant with Title 21, our land use laws. So for residential living, there's obviously, you have your single family duplex, those kind of things. We know that those are off the table. But we have assisted living, 3 to 8 people, 9 or more. We have habitative care, 1 to 8, 9 to 25, 26 plus. We have rooming house. We have transitional living facility. We have adult care facility, 3 to 8. Adult care facility, 9 or more. A hostel, a hotel, motel. Those are just some of the things that as you guys deliberate, and so that the public knows, however this is going to be used as the assembly would like it to be used, it has to fit into some category like that so that we can understand, to be compliant with our zoning laws, how are we going to use it? So I just wanted to tell you that there's multiple options out there, and hopefully we can come to some consensus on how you would like that to be used.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Mr. Fullen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually forgot what I was originally going to say, but I respectfully question Member Allard's assertion that there's going to be a total take of the Golden Lion property within 3 years. I don't know where she's getting that 3-year number. As Member Zalatel stated earlier, we will be discussing that in the AMATS Policy Committee meeting in November, sort of what the time frame would be, if there even is a time frame, because my understanding is that it is not funded, it's not on the STIP, so there is no immediate danger of a total take of that property. I hope that we can vote soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fullen. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In probably a couple meetings, I'll try to make this quick. I see we have 15 minutes. There has been the assertion by a member on this body that the administration at the time when the Golden Lion was purchased could have had it operational. And so I just thought now would be a good time to clear up some of those details. So we bought the property at the very end of October, then did some renovations. I don't remember the exact timeline, but it was maybe January, February, I'm just guessing. It was before the mayoral race that we put out an RFP. We got no responses. And at the time, I said to the health department director, "Are you kidding me? We care about treatment. What is going on?" And she said to me, people came to me and said, "I cannot put a bid on this project because we have a candidate out here saying that he's going to pull this project. And we cannot bid on it because there's a good chance that it's going to get cut. And it's not worth it to our organization." So to the extent that Ms. Allard or anyone else wants to claim that we could have had it operational, the current mayor was causing harm even before he was elected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had put myself in the queue to address the point about due diligence, which Ms. Quinn Davidson addressed, and about the potential condemnation by the state that Mr. Boland addressed. And so I just wanted to comment about the Navigation Center. I know this isn't about that, but it's related, in that the idea that a 1,000-person facility would solve our community's homelessness issue is completely inaccurate, and a facility of that size is not aligned with the policy the Assembly adopted in 2018 to conform with national best practices of dispersing services for houseless people through smaller facilities. And I won't go into the cost, but I will note that yes, funding was appropriated at 150-person capacity and funded and appropriated with conditions. The Assembly did not pull back that funding or that appropriation. The contract amendment per municipal law required approval from the Assembly in order to move forward with spending the $4.9 million. So I just wanted to be very clear for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. So I'm a little bit stymied about the use determination. So when the guest house property was converted, the property purchaser there applied for a use determination. It was determined to be a rooming house. In the meeting I had on Friday, it seemed like this was really darn close to being a rooming house, and all we needed to do was finalize a use determination. So my question is, how do we make that happen? Do I need to apply and ask for a use determination of the Golden Lion? Does it need to be, like, who does this? I mean, there's not currently a property manager, or do we work together to go find a potential property manager that would manage this property and get the use determination? I feel like I'm stuck on a hamster wheel where I can't get off, and I would love for you to provide me the exit of how I get the official use determination from planning. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Zolotel, I'm sorry if I put you on the hamster wheel. I didn't mean to do that by any stretch. No one wants that, right, except a hamster. Self-evident. What I will do is this: I will call planning tomorrow, and I will ask them that process. Planning makes that determination. The process involved, I don't know, but I can absolutely get you an answer.
I appreciate that, Mr. Trombley.
No problem.
And I know there's an application, and if an application has to be submitted, let me know who needs to submit it, and we'll figure it out.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Cross?
I think that if the DOT were to take the property for the 36 project, it's the best thing that could happen. It would require us to look at other things because we know the neighbors don't necessarily appreciate the Golden Lion being used as a temporary shelter. And then additionally, we wouldn't have to fix it when we're done with it. They could have it without repairs. And unlike Sullivan Arena or anything else that we've acquired, it would save us millions of dollars in maintenance fees. Why fix something if they're going to tear it down? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. Again, that letter from DOT warrants deep scrutiny because it is a very effective tool of misdirection. And anybody who studied the process of DOT and how they conduct their business, that letter didn't say what people say that letter said. And so we will come back around and get to the red meat of that letter and get to the facts in due time, and soon, I hope. But that's not the matter before us. The matter before us is the question of should this be used as housing? And Mr. Trombley, you just made an offer. I think I heard you make an offer before, which was to kind of compile a list of all of the questions beyond the use determination. Like, what are the boxes that need to be checked? What are the questions that have to be answered? And so in the process of kind of getting that use determination process identified for Ms. Zolotel, I still hope that we get a kind of a comprehensive list of questions that need to be answered to land this plane. Because it might take action. It might take 2 more meetings some month in the future to achieve success and finality on this question. We don't know until we know.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-93S as amended.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 14D is approved 11-1. We will now go back to item 10D34, but first, Mr. Constant?
Move to extend for another half an hour.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to extend until midnight. It has been seconded by Mr. Voland, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, we are extended until midnight. And thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Technically, we are extended until 11:50. I thought that clock was off. So we will now take up 10D34. There is a motion on the floor to approve this item, which has been amended. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Zolotel?
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe that the amendment for the fund certification was actually in error because it was actually, those rooms were included in the item we just passed. So I believe this was presuming it was like the Aviator Hotel, but it is different. So that fund certification should be related to the AO we just passed, not the one that it was introduced tonight. So we can re-amend the fund certification to be for, grab the last ordinance number, sorry, I don't have it right at hand.
2022-93S. 93S.
It should read, so I would amend the fund certification to be as appropriated in AO 2022-93S.
Second.
It's the fund certification on the item. Do you have a line? No.
Ms. Zalatel? Thanks for your patience. We are just getting the amendment into the system. Okay, the amendment is now on the screen. It has been moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant, and proposes to amend AM 602-2022, page 1, line 31, to state, quote, as appropriated by AO 2022-93S as amended, end quote. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the amendment.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just really briefly want to speak to both of this item and the next one. So as I warned my colleagues last Monday at the special meeting in my prepared remarks read by the chair, you'd likely be seeing some fix-it items, and this is one of those along with the A version of item 11B, which we'll get to in a second. The amounts for leasing and operating were accidentally misplaced on the two documents put before the body last week, and these updated items fix those record errors, I will note that I did ask the administration twice if they'd like to add their name to this item and the next one, and I did not receive any response to those repeated requests. From my perspective, aside from dealing with providing meals at our emergency shelter locations and safety at the Sullivan Arena, I This item and the next should be our last items dealing with adding locations to the emergency shelter plan for 2022. I hope to begin reviewing some of the emergency shelter plans from January through April 2023, which could look very different and require much less hassle and usage of the alcohol tax as housing units are brought online. So I encourage my colleagues' approval of this item and the next one so that we can get these 55 units online. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
So I want to recall, did we amend the title as well to 55 units? We did get the title. So the title's
Yes.
not reflected up there, so.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We did. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 602-2022 as amended.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
And Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Item 10D34 is approved 12-0. We will now take up item 11B. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 581-2022, sole source contract with vendor TBD to operate leased non-congregate housing at the Alex Hotel and Suites, Anchorage Health Department. Action was postponed from the meeting of October 3, 2022. Mr. Constant moved to approve, seconded by Mr. Boland. Motion to approve is on the floor. Is there any discussion? Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So we need to get the A version before us. So I hope that a move to approve the A version is in order.
So I will ask Mr. Constant and Mr. Volan to withdraw their initial motions to approve.
Agree.
Yes.
Both agree. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve the A version of AM 581-2022.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I already spoke to this with the previous item, so I don't have anything to add at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I'm going to vote for this. I just want to stress again, I mean, this is a tremendously expensive response to a problem that could have been resolved with housing. I appreciate the efforts of Ms. Zalatel and Mr. Rivera to push for housing. We have not just the funds that we have spoke about tonight, but also the $12 million of ARPA funds. I hope that brings facilities online quickly so that we can move away from both congregate and non-congregate shelter to housing, which is the solution to homelessness. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 581-2022A.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Actually, Madam Chair, just my apologies. Point of information really quick.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera. What is your procedural question?
Sorry, I just need to double check that the room numbers were corrected on this item. So I am trying to pull up the A version really quick, because I suspect they were not. My apologies, I'm just doing a quick review. It doesn't look like the room numbers are in this item. So unless I'm wrong, I think we should be good with the vote. My apologies, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you for confirming.
How do you vote, Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The item is approved 11-1. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AO 2022-86, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year lease between the municipality of Anchorage, Port of Alaska, and VB-BTS LLC, Vertical Bridge of Municipal Property, legally described as a portion of Track J, Port of Anchorage, subdivision addition number 2, for the construction and operation of a communications facility. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item to the meeting of the 25th of October.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone this item to the meeting of October 25. It has been seconded by Mr. Volan.
Thanks. So this is one of the items being heard by the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-86 to the meeting of October 25.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 14F to the meeting of October 25 is approved 11-1. We now have before us item 14G, ordinance number AO 2022-62, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 Land Use Planning to create a new procedure for the Assembly to approve reinvestment focus areas. Public testimony. Actually, one moment here. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So lots of people worked on this, and it's pretty comprehensive. And I don't know if Mr. Trombley is still here. I worked really hard to find problems with it, really, really hard, and I only found one question. And the question is, how does the department define the difference between a major and minor amendment for the purposes of determining whether it comes back to the assembly or just goes through the administrative process?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, I had a feeling you might ask a question. So Daniel McKenna Foster from the department is here.
Thank you.
And I know he's super excited to answer your question.
Wonderful. So it's a simple question. How do you determine what's major and what's minor?
And before we move on to the question, Mr. Constant, I just want to clarify, did you move the S version?
Yes.
So the S version has been moved, and the second was Ms. Allard. Do you agree? Okay, thank you.
That's an excellent question. I guess I should start so this is a new process. It's sort of establishing a new kind of framework, and there are some pieces that maybe still need to be kind of ironed out as we do that. And as we were thinking about this, we were thinking that the municipality would hopefully do the first one, maybe downtown, and that would be a great way to kind of iron some of this out. For that specific question about how you deal with a major or minor, a lot of it is just kind of discretionary up to the assembly. And if it wouldn't, then it's a piece that I guess we would have to put in here. There was a question before earlier. It says, what if somebody appeals? We were able to deal with that, but that, to be honest, I think that question I don't have a good answer for you. And
If I might think about the answer, it can't be that it would be up to the assembly because we wouldn't see it if the department made the determination that it was simply up to the department to make that call. And so that's the only question that I have unresolved yet in this. And this happens in some other areas. I think for sure, probably Francis or maybe Dave might have an answer because there are decisions that are land use decisions, that are permitting decisions that are made by the department and that are pretty rationally in the hands of the department. But I don't know where that line is with this issue. And so I don't think it's worth holding this question up, but I think it's worth answering that question.
if I may respond through the chair, yeah, that's tough because with a lot of those land use cases, it's sort of an entitlement, right? And they're granted this allowance through code, but this is really more of a subsidy. So it's kind of hard for staff to say, well, we could allow this subsidy or not. So you've obviously identified a prickly problem, and I don't have a great answer for that either, because I don't know if people would want staff to be able to say, oh, well, this is the kind of subsidy that staff should have discretion over versus the elected body to have discretion over. I'd be more than open to any suggestion or a potential change or...
So I think then the question is to the body, like, should we hold this for another meeting and kind of spend some time thinking about that, or just pass it and come back with a new project? I'm kind of ambivalent because, again, internal to this document, I could not find one problem and I like to find problems. And so it's consistent and it's good what's here. And so the question is it worth delay? And that's just a question for the body. I don't know the answer to that. Okay, so I'm guessing we're going to pass it, and what I'm going to ask from you, Mr. McKenna Foster, is that we tackle this as a new drafting project, and Mr. Gates, it shouldn't be very complex, but just to put some cabins around what does that mean, so you're protected when you're making these decisions. Don't engender the ire of 12 people.
It's an excellent point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-62S.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 14G is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 14H, ordinance number AO 2022-80, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Chapters 21.04 zoning districts, 21.07 development and design standards, 21.11 downtown, 21.15 rules of construction and definitions, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations, Section 21.20.007, schedule of fees in order to amend the off-street parking and site access development standards and achieve comprehensive plan goals for infill and redevelopment, housing, and accessible land use. Before I open the public hearing, I will go to Mr. Volan for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As was previously stated by other members tonight, a couple of us are working in collaboration with the planning department to come up with an S version that is not complete yet. So my plan is to move to continue this public hearing, I think, to the first meeting in December. That being said, I know there potentially are a couple members here who waited all night to testify on this item. So if you're amenable as the chair, maybe they could do so, but we could also have that continuation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. How many folks are here to testify on this item? And we have one person on the phone.
Yeah, point of information. Well, I think I still have to do I make the motion? Well, first of all, I'd like to extend the meeting. I think we're coming up. Move to extend to midnight.
Second.
A motion to extend has been
We're
made
until
by Mr.
11:50.
Volan
We're at 11:43 now.
To go to midnight. It's been seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Any opposition? Okay, we are extended to midnight.
Thank you. And then just as a question, do I need to make that motion to continue the public hearing until after?
No.
Okay.
We can go ahead and I can open the public hearing and we can go to the individual
Great,
here
thank you.
and then on the phone, and we'll see where we land time-wise.
Great.
Public testimony on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. And if you could turn on the microphone on the box there, the button, great.
Oh, cool, thank you. Hello, my name is Bennett Norman. I live in District 1, and I'm speaking on the behalf of Bike Anchorage, a community nonprofit that advocates for bike safety and accessibility in Anchorage. I'll try to keep everyone awake by talking about the very exciting topic of parking. We're excited to see the planning department's proposal to decrease parking requirements around transit and encourage additional bike parking. Anchorage desperately needs additional bike parking compared to the plentiful car parking around town. For example, it's typical for the one bike rack at Fred Meyer in Midtown to be full while there's still plenty of car parking spaces. As someone who mostly bikes around town, it's difficult to find bike parking at a majority of residential and commercial locations. Most of the time I need to lock my bike to a poorly designed bike rack, street sign, or fence. Some people would like to ride their bikes more, but don't because they don't know where to store their bikes at their destinations. Removing this bike parking barrier will contribute to the muni's transportation and climate goals by increasing biking and reducing car miles traveled. In addition to increasing bike parking, the draft ordinance reduces car parking minimums in certain areas of Anchorage. We think removing antiquated zoning barriers is good for business and housing affordability in town. The draft addresses the environmental, housing, and economic issues produced by Anchorage's excess parking. However, the additional requirements in the proposal would still require a lot of time and money from folks looking to reduce the amount of parking they need to build. We think the Assembly can go further and eliminate all parking minimums. Removing parking minimums would dramatically simplify the zoning code and allow businesses to choose how much parking they need to provide to run a successful business. We also think this flexibility should be accessible to all of Anchorage, not just the selected areas in the current proposal. Eliminating parking minimums is becoming common practice as most U.S. cities are facing housing shortages. It's important to remember that removing parking minimums doesn't change the amount of parking overnight. It will likely take decades to notice changes in Anchorage's parking capacity. New developments will build adequate parking but won't be forced to overbuild parking. This will leave more land area for additional housing units and businesses. Thank you to the Planning Department for all of your hard work on this proposal, and we hope you and the Assembly consider making the zoning code more flexible for all of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's go ahead and get the individual who signed up for phone testimony.
Hello.
Hi, is this Anna Brawley?
Yes, it is.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item 14H, AO 2022-80. Will you be speaking on behalf of the Community Council tonight?
No, I'm speaking as an individual.
Thank you. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, the area of the community in which you live, you will have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Anna Brawley, and I live in West Anchorage in Turnagain. And again, speaking as an individual. Thank you, as always, for the opportunity to testify by phone. I'm speaking to conceptually support AO 2022-80, but I do not support this version. I believe the intent, which is to reduce required parking spaces built at developments in Anchorage, is a good idea. However, I think more work is needed on this ordinance. First, why Anchorage should change how we approach parking requirements. For a long time, we prioritized building our city to be convenient for cars. Our zoning code requires a certain number of parking spaces per use and building. Over time, almost every development for decades was built to those requirements. It also makes remodeling existing buildings more expensive or impossible if they can't fit parking on their property. More than a few buildings sit vacant because they don't have the parking. Now that we've required so much parking to be built, a lot of our land that could be housing, new businesses, trails, green space, all of that is now parking lots. It's built into the cost of new housing, renovating an old building, a business being able to open its doors. We need to take another look at what we mandate people to build and the rising costs. We need to stop locking our city in parking lots. So what is the solution? This ordinance proposes reducing parking requirements in some places. That's a good thing. It also requires building bicycle parking, which compared with car parking is cheaper, takes up less space, and gives people a safe place to lock up their bike. That is also a good thing. However, this ordinance as written needs more work. It applies to some parts of the city but excludes others, like it leaves out Midtown. It makes the status quo the default and creates more work for the property owner or developer just to get a few fewer parking spaces. It adds more complexity and more pages to an already complex zoning code in a city that is already very expensive to build, a city in a housing crisis. At every single assembly meeting, we continue to hear that housing is a crisis. Let's take that seriously and try some long-term changes, like building less parking. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Volan, I understand you want to make a motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of December 6th.
I'd like to update that until the second meeting in November, just to give us a little bit more flexibility.
Second.
And that would be November 22nd?
Correct.
A motion has been made by Mr. Volan to continue the public hearing to the meeting of November 22nd. It has been seconded by Mr. Peterson. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue the public hearing for item 14H to the meeting of November 22nd.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The motion is approved 11-1. At this point, I will ask for a motion to change the order of the day to take up final audience participation next.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Constant. Is there a
Second.
second? Seconded by Mr. Volan, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, we will move to final audience participation. If you wish to speak, please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. Welcome.
Thank you. Irene Queetnow again. I want to speak one more time to the whole situation with the Golden Lion. There are arguments for the use of it, but after the public testimony was closed, None of you addressed the point that I brought up and that Ms. Allegrezza, I think was her name, brought up, and that is the fact that you gave your word to the community. You even made it a law that it will not be used as shelter, and now you're breaking that trust. And none of you addressed that, and I find that very sad. The last comment I want to make is when we had the approval for when you were talking about the geotechnical commission, Ms. Zalatel said that she would like to know what that commission does before confirming the people. I find it interesting that you don't know what the commission does, but you do know that the members that, where their term is running out, that they can serve for another 120 days. That's a pretty detailed information. So if you know that, and then not to know what the commission does, just surprises me. Anyway, I guess that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jessica Parks. I live in East Anchorage, and I just wanted to share, I think it's really important that we celebrate when we have victories. And one of the things that was approved today at our Continuum of Care all COC meeting was our collaborative application for some special HUD funds that were released earlier this year. And it is addressing the unsheltered homelessness issue nationwide. So recognizing that we are not alone in this issue. And our Continuum of Care stands to be awarded $1.8 million over the next 3 years. And hopefully that will be rolled into our traditional COC funding and will continue on in perpetuity. So I just wanted to share that, and that is a really exciting thing for our homeless prevention and response system, because it's not often that this kind of funding becomes available. And the fact that we were able to come together and write a strong collaborative application is a true testament to the members of our COC and the members of our homeless prevention and response system coming together when we really needed to do that. So thank you.
Thank you for your participation. We will now go back to item 14I, ordinance number AO 2022-81, an ordinance amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning of approximately 0.3 acres of land from R2M mixed residential to I1 light industrial for Lot 1D and Lot 1E. McKenty Addition, a re-subdivision of Lot 1, Block C, North Star subdivision, generally located southeast of the intersection of West 46th Avenue and Taft Street in Anchorage. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-81.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Allard?
Item 14I is approved 11-0. We have just under 5 minutes left, and we will move to assembly comments, starting with Mr. Solt. Any comments?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one brief comment. Several times throughout this evening, we were talking about the Assembly's plan to address homelessness or to address emergency shelter. And I realize that in absence of a plan, a viable plan or a plan at all, whether that's related to emergency shelter or homelessness in general, there have been efforts of the Assembly to step up and to step into a position of leadership where there's a void. But I hope as we move forward that that does not continue. I hope that we can come back to a body that is, has the role of allocating funding and developing policy and representing the public, and that the administration can move into a position of leadership and bring proposals and plans forward that are viable, and that we can work with them to address the issues that we're facing. But this turn of events where we have been forced into a position of actually developing and implementing plans to address the issues of our city is not so sustainable, and I would really like for that to not be how we function moving forward. So I just want to share that. Thanks everybody, and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will go ahead and echo the comments from Mr. Perez-Verdia. Also want to thank everyone for your hard work and support as we round out the emergency shelter plan. So whether it was from the task force, whether members of the administration who worked with me and others on aspects of the plan, and my colleagues for your continued support in spite of all of the chaos. Thanks to everyone for helping us achieve the goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. This night, we got a lot of business done. It was a bit chaotic, and we had a very shocking testimony in here tonight. And I'm going to have to think a lot about some of the things that we heard, but I'm grateful for all the hard work of all the people up here.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Just really briefly, I'm really excited that a long-range transportation plan is in our future. And secondly, no one has suggested that the Golden Lion be used as an emergency shelter. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you to Mr. Rivera for filling the leadership void. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Volan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comments.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you know, I was just thinking about the missed opportunities, and we heard several people tonight that there were missed opportunities, and what we will never know is how many people's lives could have been changed had the hotel been converted to a rehab center a year ago. I mean, we're talking scores, dozens, maybe hundreds of people's lives could have been changed. So yeah, we missed that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And I will just comment, as Ms. Zalatel did, that the ordinance that passed, 2022-93S as amended, specifically stated that the Golden Lion is to be used for housing and shall not be used as an emergency shelter. Thank you, everyone, and it's about to turn to midnight.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned.